Alohu. Eshadana Elohim Botenu. Abiyama Yeska Babiyako. Atakwados Weshemeka Kwados Baruch Shemeka Olam Mahe. Weshami B'nai Israel El Shabbat Laso El Shabbat Ledor Tam B'nai Ola. Beni B'nai Israel Otinola. Kisha Shemim Masa El Shaddai Wa Shemayim. Ta'adis Ubayom Azri Shabbat Wa Inakbash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Emeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Yimlok L'Olam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kabod Malkuto L'Olam Va'ed. Baruch Kabod Lohimi Komo Melech Elyon. Aluhu L'Olam Va'ed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, full of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. You may be seated. I'd like to give all honor and praise and respect to my father, Chief Liaison, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, and same to you and telling my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
Now, it's very important. This is very important that whatever we learn, according to what we read in this book, that we put it to use.
Right.
It's very important that we put these things to use. Why? Because it's only going to make us better. The things that we read in the book that pleases God, we need to start putting it to use, because those are the things that's going to make us better with God. Those are the things that's going to cause us to be accepted of God. Those are the things that will draw God's attention towards you. So the Most High preserved this book to give every human, give everybody a chance. You know why he given the world? The world have a chance. Everybody have a chance to get closer to God. But it's your choice.
Right.
According to how you want to live your life. It's your choice according on how you want to live your life. Because you know what a brother told me? This life is not mine. This is my life. No, it's not your life. This is not your life. Woman, this is not your life. Men, this is not your life. The life that we're living was given by God. God gave us life. I said, God gave us life. And he gave us orders and commandments and standards to live by. This is how I want you to live your life. God is in control.
Right.
Not me. Not you. None of us are in control. I said, God is in control.
Amen.
And he gave us standards and laws and commandments. And he told us how we should live our life to be acceptable by God, so that God can accept you. Okay? But God did give everybody a choice. Because this God that we serve is not a God that forces you. He's not going to force you to do his will. I want you to do my will and willingly live this way of life, because this is how you want to live. So if I really desire to live this way of life, there is nothing in this world that's going to sidetrack me.
There's nothing in this world that can sidetrack me. There's nothing in this world that can pull me away. Nothing. And that's the problem. See, the very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, from that day on, we have both sides in us. We have good in us and we have evil in us. We just tend to incline more towards evil. And then you tell yourself that that's not evil. You tell yourself, I'm not evil. You tell yourself and convince yourself that what I'm doing is evil. It's not evil. By you not acknowledging the Sabbath day and observing the day, that's not evil. God said it is. By you doing your own wanton ways, that's not evil. God said it is. For the woman, if you're wearing pants, that's not evil. God said it is. For the man that dress up like woman, you say that's not evil. God said it is. Everything that God said is evil, we read it here in the book. It's all here. So we gotta stop order suggesting or order suggesting what you think is evil, and God ain't said is evil. If God ain't said it's evil, it ain't evil. If God didn't say it's wickedness, it ain't wickedness. If God said it's good, it's good. And that's our problem. That's the world. That's people's problem. That's people's problem. We want God to agree with us. I said, we want God to accept us the way we are. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because he gave us a rule. He gave us a book. And he preserved this book. And he showed us what pleases him. God shows us what pleases him. God showed us what displeased him. It is all in the book. Now, according to what you believe, it's going to tell me how you're going to move according to what you read and according to your lifestyle. According to what you believe, that's how you're going to live your life.
That's right.
I said, that's how you're going to live your life. Because if you believe this, you're going to live your life according to this.
That's right.
Whatever you believe, you're going to live your life according to what you believe.
Talk about it.
That's how you're going to live your life. Let's go into the law. Genesis chapter 34. And people think you're hurting. We think we hurt each other. We think we hurt each other by departing and turning away from the things that is lawful and right by God. We think we're hurting you. You're not hurting me. You're doing yourself hurt. You're hurting yourself. Why? Because now you have caused the eyes and the attention of God towards you for evil.
Talk about it.
I said God's attention has been turned towards you for evil. Not because nothing is happening to you now. Means you are doing good. Means you are doing all right with God. I'm doing right. You're piling sin upon sin. And you're applying it, and you're multiplying it, and you're multiplying it, and you're multiplying it.
Talk about it, man.
And sometimes people get their just, sometimes people don't never get their just due. You wait until the end of your days. You wait until the end of your days. Do we know that God got a book? I said, God got a book. Why Why you think Moses turned to God and told God, he said, listen, oh Lord, please. He said, blot me out of thy book. Don't do this to the nation. He wasn't selfish. I said Moses was not selfish. God will kill you for selfishness. God will kill you for just thinking about yourself.
That's right.
Huh? And the only reason why we ain't dead yet is because we so far away from God.
Right.
We do things out of selfishness.
Yeah.
Think about everything that we have done to offend you, or to offend your brother, or to offend your sister, or even to offend God. It is all out of selfishness. Let's read. We're going to see. Let's read. Genesis 34.
And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the
Well,
daughters
before
of the land.
you go to 34, let's go to 38 and then 34.
38.
Let's go to 38. Genesis chapter 38.
And it came to pass
Uh-huh.
at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and
Uh-huh.
turned into a certain Adulamite whose name was Hira. And
Judah went down from a certain Adulamite whose name was Hira. Okay? Hira was his friend. Huh? I said Hira was his friend. And he was an Adulamite. Judah did not allow Hira, the Adulamite, to lure him or stray him away from God. That was our problem. We start having friends and dealing with people and family that don't serve your God, and we allow them to pull you away from God.
That's right.
That's why God, the first thing the Creator told Abraham after the death of Terah, he told him, he said, listen, he said, get away from your relatives, your kinfolk, your family. Not to say Abraham didn't love his family, but to serve God, you gotta get away from these people. I don't care if this is your brothers. I don't care if they're your sisters. I don't care if they're your relatives. They don't serve God. That's the point.
That's right.
These people don't serve God. So right now, at this point in time, family is out the window.
Family don't count.
Family don't count.
That's right.
You know what counts over your family? God. The will of God. The laws and the commandments and the standards of God. Well, mama, well, papa, I don't have nowhere to go, but I can't live here. I can't live here. Why, son? Because we serve two different gods.
Yeah.
You serve a God of stone, and I serve a living God. I serve the eternal one. I serve the God of the spirits of all flesh. That's the God I serve. And when we serve, in serving this God, there are certain things that I can't be around. There's certain things that I can't accept.
Can't be a part of.
There are certain things that I can't be a part of. There are certain things that I can't attend. I cannot be here.
Purpose is ungodly.
Because if I attend and if I'm there, that means I'm a part of it. That's what God said. If I'm there, that means I'm a part of it. And at the end of everyone's days, you will know that the God of Israel is God.
That's right.
You will know. You are going to know.
That's a fact.
We all will realize when we turn to dust.
That's right.
At that point in time, it's too cotton picking late. You know why? Because you've been told. You've been forewarned. And God saw good in you, and he saw enough good in you to open your eyes to the laws, commandments, and statutes, but you played with it. But we got a certain amount of time to get it right. I said we have a certain amount of time to get it right. I said we have a certain amount of time to get this thing here right.
That's right.
When your time run out, Your time is not my time. And my time is not your time. Your judgment is not my judgment.
That's right.
And my judgment and my correction from God is not the same for you.
That's right.
You know why? Because he deals with everybody differently.
Yeah.
He deals with everybody differently. Why do we deal with everybody differently? According to the reins of your heart.
Yeah.
According to what you have in you.
That's right.
Some people is so stubborn that he got to deal with him or her so hard.
That's right.
I got to deal with you this way for you to listen
That's
and
right.
hearken.
That's right. Talk about it.
Some people, he ain't got to deal with them that way.
That's right.
Look, like I told my brother, look, all I got to do is see what happened to you.
Yeah.
And I get scared.
That's right.
That's how God
Huh?
operates.
That's how God operates.
Yeah.
That's how God operates.
Yeah.
I'm the God of the spirits of all flesh.
That's right.
He said, your ways is not my ways. Huh? My thoughts are not your thoughts. Huh? Woo! When you speak these words, it's supposed to boost you, man. It's supposed to do something to you. It's supposed to motivate you. But people are not motivated by the will and the title. The title of God. The God of the spirits of all flesh. Huh? What kind of title is that? Huh? Only one can have that title. Which means he's the Chinese God. He's the God of the Chinese. He's the God of the Japanese. He's the God of all nations, whether they serve him or not.
Yeah.
That's why he's all merciful. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
I said, ain't that something, man? These people don't serve the God of Israel, right? And they have idols and deities that they pray to. And the God of the spirits of all flesh still show them mercy.
Yeah.
Still show them compassion. Still show them pity. And then they give the glory of God to idols and stocks of wood. How you think God feels? I said, how you think God feel? We can't serve God being selfish. I got a big point to show you what I'm talking about here. That's why I went to Genesis 38 first.
Break it down.
Let's go. Let's read it. So Judah had a friend named Huldah the Adullamite. Tamshi.
And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua.
Judah saw there the daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. This was the building of the nation. We are going through building the nation right now. Okay? After the nation came out of Egypt, God gave us a strict command and told us not to marry into the Canaanites, not to marry into those 7 nations that was greater and mightier than thou, because they had ways and they had behaviors and they had things about them that I don't like.
Yeah. Talk about it.
God said, I don't like it.
Yeah.
And he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to what? To counter those ways from those 7 nations. He gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes to counter those abominations of those 7 nations. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And he took her and went in unto her. Verse 3.
He took her and went into her. Our forefathers ain't played games with sex, man.
Talk about it.
I said our forefathers did not play games with sex. If they had sex with you, they kept you. They didn't have sex with women just to get their rocks off, just to soothe their pleasure, just to soothe their desire. If I'm having sex with you, my mind frame, my mentality is to marry you.
Yeah.
My mentality and my mind frame is to keep you.
Talk about it.
Not take you and thrust you to the wayside. Huh? That wasn't their mentality.
Yeah.
That's the men's mentality today. And that's why God despised the inhabitants of the world, because our thinking pattern is not compared to God's ways. It's not like the thinking pattern of our forefathers. It's not like the thinking pattern of God.
Like America.
We got to start reading this book. Read the book. Read the book.
Yeah.
Learn the ways of God.
That's right. Talk about
Learn the things that God accepts. Learn the things that God don't accept. And stop putting your emotions ahead of what God said. Your emotions is stopping you from serving God.
Yeah. Talk about it, Mama.
Huh? Because we done conjured up so much things in our mind. We done stirred up so much things in our mind. And guess what? It only happened in your mind.
Yeah.
There's no concrete evidence about what you stirred up in your mind happened. And you use that to pull yourself away from serving God.
Emotional
Like this
damage.
ain't the truth.
Emotional
Huh? Like
damage.
this ain't the way. This the only book that gave us a record of. This the only book that gave us a record of creation
Yeah.
and how this thing began.
Yeah.
This the only book that gave us a diet. This the only book that told us and gave us laws that fits for every aspect in life.
Yeah.
Every aspect in life, you can find it in this book.
That's right.
Every aspect in life, you can find it in the book.
That's right.
But because we can't live with the restrictions that the book has given us, the book restricts us from eating crabs, lobster, shrimps. I just found out that crabs is family to spiders. Crabs is family to spiders. And then you tell people this, and you know what they say? I'm not going to stop eating it. Okay, eat it.
Yeah.
Lobster has the same anatomy as a roach. They're insects. When you kill a roach, do they have meat? Cut your arm. You have meat in your arm. You'll see blood, then you'll see the meat, white meat. They don't have meat. When you kill a roach, it's pus. Everything oozes out. When you cook a roach, the stuff that oozes out hardens.
And it turns into
a hard pus.
a hard pus, which is crab meat.
The same thing with crabs. The same thing with lobsters. The same thing with shrimps. It's called seafood. The pus in it congeals. It's seasoned. And that's what people eat.
God is not with you eating that.
But God gave us a law and told us and commanded us that the only fish that we should be eating are fishes with fins and scales.
Right.
If the fish don't have fins and scales, we should not be eating it.
That's right.
So a question came and asked me, does the fish have to have a whole body of scale? Or let's say part of it, half the body has scales and half don't. It has scales. The book ain't mentioned that. It has scales. So if it has some scales on it, you can eat it. You can eat it. Plain and simple. Tom sheet.
Verse 3.
Verse
she
3.
conceived and bare a son,
Uh-huh.
and he called his name
She conceived and bare a son. The firstborn son, he said his name was Huh? Go ahead.
And she conceived again
She
and bare a
conceived
son,
again and bare a son.
and she called his name Onan.
Onan. Uh-huh.
And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah.
Shelach. All these names had meanings. And according to the meanings of these names, that was the children's lifestyle. Look up Cockney and Phineas. Means to grab a hand. Cockney means to grab a handful. What did he grab a handful of? of the sacrifice, of the offerings. Force the priest to give it to him live. And if you don't give it to me now, I'm going to take it by force. He said, thus the ways of the young man was evil in the eyes of God.
Yeah.
Huh? He said the ways of the young man was evil in the eyes of God.
Yeah.
Because you eating up from the sacrifice that belongs to God. And he's eating it uncooked. Before it was cooked, it was live, it was raw. And that's how he's eating it. Huh?
He said, give it me raw.
He said, give it to me raw. If not, I'm going to take it by force.
Yeah, talk about it.
So Eli got checked. Who checked him? God checked him. Why? He said, he called Hophni and Phinehas. He said, the things that I'm hearing, the report that I'm hearing from you two guys is not good.
Not good.
Huh? If you offend man, I can repay him. But how do you repay God from offending God?
Yeah.
You can't.
I can't defend you there.
Can't defend you.
Talk about it.
But the boys, those young men, didn't hearken to the voice of their father because they was already destined to die.
That's right.
God already had the hatchet over their neck.
Yeah.
And when God had the sentence over your neck, guess what? You don't hearken to rebuke.
That's right. Talk
When
about
God
it.
got the sentence over your neck, you don't hearken to rebuke and chastise and reprimand because you are already sentenced.
Yeah. Talk about it.
You have went too far in doing wickedness and evil against God.
I've gone too far, Vince.
So now there's a door that's shut. God said, I'm going to hedge up the way so that you can't find your way back because you done went too far into evil and wickedness.
Oh, that's why I can't see that's wrong.
So now, when someone is explaining to you that you have done wrong before God, you can't see it. You're not going to realize it, and you're going to stay stuck.
Stay there.
You're going to stay stuck on what pulled you away. You're going to stay stuck on what you believe
That's right.
that got you away from serving God. You're going to continue to believe that. Why? Because God got the gun to your head.
That's right.
He got the gun to your head. God got the gun, not me. I got to say not me because people look at me and say, oh, you said that you got a gun to my head, man. Shut up, man.
Yeah, talk about it. Trauma.
Shut up.
Talk about it. Trauma.
People want to take your words and twist it around, and twist it and twist it and twist it. And then, oh, you got the gun in my head. I know you was talking about me, man. Yo, man.
Talk about it, trauma.
Yo, man. I said, God got the gun to your head.
Pull the covers off.
Why I say he got the gun to your head? Because you won't hearken to rebuke.
That's right.
Do some clarifications here, man. And stop taking people's words and twisting it and using it for an excuse of why you not serving God. Twisting it and using it of why you're not here. That's what people do, man.
Talk about it, drama.
Who in the world is you that I'm going to stand up here and make a whole service, a whole teachings about you? You're not that important, man.
No, you're not.
You know what's important? You know what's important to me? Serving God.
That's right.
You know what's important to me? Opening the eyes of the people. That's what's important to me, man. My job is to open the people's eyes.
Nothing personal.
Nothing is personal. Don't take nothing personal. My job is to open the people's eyes according to that which is lawful and right by God, according to that which is evil and what God don't accept.
That's right.
That's my job when I stand here. I'm not looking for self-praise. I don't want people to glorify me. I don't want nobody to put me on no pedestal. I don't want none of that because I'm not proud. I am not proud. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that, man.
Make it clear.
I'm not looking for none of that, man.
Make it clear.
My job is to pull the wolves over from your eyes so that you can see where you're doing wrong at. Huh? That's my job. So that you can see where you're coming up short.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's right.
That's it. I don't want God to look at me as a thief. I don't want God to look at me as a murderer. A murderer.
No.
You know, one of the things that happens to murderers, when you take a person's life that's not justifiable by God, the blood of that innocent person cries out to God until you die. You think I need that?
It cries out.
You think I need that? Constantly, it continuously cries out. Let's read.
And Judah took a wife for
Judah took a wife for I said Judah took a wife for his firstborn. Tom Sheep.
Whose name was Tamar.
Whose name was Tamar.
And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord.
Hey, it never mentioned what did that was evil in the eyes of God. We don't know. We don't know. I'm not going to add on because I didn't read it here. I didn't read it here. So I'm not going to add on to it and put my own twist and my own opinions and my own ands and buts about what I think, because it never was mentioned why God killed It said he was wicked. That's right. And all we know, when God called you wicked, you are going against the standards.
That's right.
You are going against the curriculum.
That's right.
Huh? You are going against the standards and the curriculum that God set. Now you're wicked. That's what makes you wicked. Yeah. What you think? I'm standing up here and I ain't wicked. I'm wicked too. But we got to improve ourselves.
That's right.
We got to improve ourselves and use this book to improve ourselves with God.
Yeah, not stay stagnant.
Not stay stagnant.
Yeah.
Not stay one way. Not stay one way. I don't like it, but I got to start doing it so my spirit can take to it.
Post on that.
I said, I don't like it. I don't like this, but I got to start doing it so that my spirit can take to it. Now I look forward to the Sabbath day. Now I look forward to this day. Huh? When you learn about God, you're not going to like the things you hear. I'm going to be straight up with you. All right? I'm going to tell you the God honest truth. I'm not going to tell you we're going back to Jerusalem. I ain't telling you we're going back to the land. You're not going to like what you hear. You're not going to like what you hear. Your spirit, the evil spirit that you have in you, is going to buck it. Why your spirit is going to buck this? Because we got two things in us. We have good in us and we have evil in us. The very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we got both sides in us. We can feed the good that we have in us, though. I said we can feed the good that we have in us by taking heed to every word that's in this book. By despising what the God despises. By hating what God hates. Love what God loves. Accept what God accepts. Now you can battle with that, with the unseen one. Huh? You can battle with the unseen one. You know what's the unseen one? The unseen one is that evil that you have in you. That you fear to acknowledge that you got evil. You're afraid. I said we are afraid to acknowledge that we got evil in us.
Yeah.
I know I do. I know I got evil in us. And sometimes I question why certain things come to my head.
Talk about drama.
Because I don't want it to come there. I question sometimes why this came to my head. Huh? Why?
Talk about it.
After all these years of living this way of life, after all these years of being raised in this way of life, certain things still comes to my head. Why? Because there's a breach. There's an opening somewhere that I have not covered. There's an opening somewhere that I haven't sealed. There's something that I'm doing wrong. Why these abominable thoughts comes to my head? I gotta use me. You know why? Because when I say certain things, people take it again.
They run with it.
People take what I say and run with it. They say, "Oh, I know I'm evil, but I know you was talking." Yo, you know that make that.
That's the evil in them saying that.
Say it again, man.
That's the evil in
The
them
wickedness in them, man. Like talking about
It's
you.
crying out. The evil is crying out.
Talking about
Roll on.
Listen, man, you got to start acknowledging the evil that we have in us, so that we can be better with God. That's the only way we're gonna get better with God. And guess what? And guess what? And guess what? What's the name of that book that I say he was reading? Where the dude went into a heavy coma, and he saw Elizabeth the third. Dante Inferno. You think it's a game? Read that book.
that whole book was a dream.
The whole book was a dream. He said he had a dream. And he saw dead people.
Everybody in there.
Beneath. Everybody dead.
Yeah, Patra.
Cleopatra, she been dead.
Yeah.
What he doing seeing her?
Yeah.
He seen the popes from the
Post
from the 1800s, 1900s.
Cant.
Mark Anthony, dead already.
A couple of pharaohs.
Guess what? I don't want to have a dream and see these people.
Nah.
You know why? I don't want to have a dream and see these people. You know why? Because these people that he saw and where they at, I don't want to be at. Those people that you saw didn't serve God. And where they at, I don't want to be. And where they want to be, I don't want to be at. Hey. Yo. I don't want to be there, man.
Yeah.
I want to go down there and I see King David.
Yeah.
I want to go down there and I have a dream and see Samuel. A lot of the righteous. I want to have a dream down there and I go down there and I see righteous Saul.
No.
I want to see these people. Noah. I want to see those people. Huh? That's why in Psalms 125 he said the lot of the righteous shall not rest upon the lot of the wicked, which means it's two different lots.
That's right. Yeah.
It's two different sections.
Yeah.
Psalms 125. I said it's two different sections where people go. If you live your life righteously according to the God, what God said, you're not going to go to the lot of the wicked, where wicked people go. The spirit ain't going there.
Presumptuous sinners go.
Huh? If you live your life according to what God said, you're going to go to the lot of the righteous, where people make sacrifices for God.
Hold on.
Where people make sacrifices for God.
Talk about that reward.
Huh?
Talking about.
I can't make excuses.
Say it again,
I
dog.
can't make excuses, man.
Say it again, dog.
There's no excuse.
That's why I said, man, listen, man. Listen.
Excuse.
I have to find a way.
Excuses, your God.
I have to find a way to keep myself clean.
Talking about, man.
My father told me already.
You're the best teacher.
One of the best teachers.
Yeah,
One of the only teachers I know.
Yeah.
He said, man, son,
Father.
get you a chair, get you a long sleeve. I don't care if it's 100-degree weather, brother. You better cover up, because you can't take people's word.
You say it again.
You can't take people's word.
Say it again.
I said you can take my word, because I live like you.
That's right.
And you live like me. But you can't take that person's
You're
word
not doing it.
because they ain't living that.
Yeah.
And they'll lie to you.
They're gonna lie to you.
And they'll lie to you. We taking this way of life for a joke. I don't want to die in my sins. I don't want to die in presumptuous iniquities. But if you die in your sins, it's not no good thing.
Yeah.
People say that's it. Well, that's it. When you die, that's it. You keep thinking that. Because wherever you're going, that's where you're supposed to be.
Right.
Wherever you're going, that's where you're supposed to be. That's why you're thinking that way. Let's read.
Verse 8.
Verse 8.
And Judah said unto Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife.
Now Judah said to Onan, do what?
Go in unto thy brother's wife.
Listen to this key now. Listen to the keys. And God killed them for it. Listen.
Go in unto thy
Judah
brother's wife.
Told Onan to go in, have sex with his brother's dead wife. People with American hedonistic mindset is going to say that's nasty. Why would he desire, why is he turned to have sex with his dead brother's wife? That's the laws of God.
That's right.
And if you can't accept that, then you can't accept my God.
That's right.
God said, when you have brothers, Deuteronomy 25 also states this. This is laws. These are laws that please God.
Yes.
Stop worrying about if it please you.
Yeah.
And that's our problem. Reread the law, and if it don't sit well with you, if it don't sizzle in your spirit, you don't want to accept it.
Yeah.
Huh? If it don't sizzle in your spirit, you don't want to accept it. God said that 3 brothers that live together, right? If one of them dies without having a son, the second brother is supposed to have a child, have sex with the dead brother's wife. And the reason for that is to raise up a son in honor of his dead brother so that his name don't get put out the earth. Guess what? Guess what that means? You can't be selfish. Wait, let's go. To do that, you can't be selfish. Let's read it. Let's see what happened.
And raise up seed to thy brother.
Raise up seed to your brother.
Verse 9. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass when he went in unto his brother's wife.
When he went to go have sex with his brother's wife to raise up seed for his dead brother, what did he do?
He spilled it on the ground.
He pulled out when he was about to ejaculate. When he's about to spill the seed, he pulled out and spilled it on the ground. What does that mean?
That's a
selfish mindset.
He didn't want
to raise up seed for his dead brother because it wasn't his. And he's thinking about him.
It's not mine, I don't care.
It ain't my seed. It's my brother's seed. So I pulls out and spills it on the ground. What God did to him.
And the thing which he did displeased the Lord.
The thing that he did was evil in the eyes of God.
Wherefore he slew him also.
He slew him. God killed him. Selfish.
That right there.
God killed him for not raising up seed for his dead brother. And why he did not raise up seed for his dead brother? Because he knew that the seed would not be his. What is that? A selfish mindset. Listen, man. You listen. Now you will be able to perceive why God has distanced himself so far away. Why God has distanced himself so far away.
This is why.
We got to think about every situation that transpired and ask yourself, am I thinking about self? Or am I thinking about myself? Am I disregarding others in what I'm doing? Because that's what the whole laws, commandments, and statutes is about. Regards for your brother, having regard and consideration for each other. Which means if I have regard and consideration for you, I'll watch what I say. If I have regard and consideration for you, I'll watch the things that I do. And if it bothers you, I'll stop it. I'll pull back. And I'll pull back just so that you don't get offended. And I won't make an excuse of why I continue to do it. You know what? I don't see no wrong that I'm doing it, but it's bothering you. It's bothering you? No problem, brother. I stop.
That's what we do. We say things to bother people.
Say things to bother people, and we do things to bother each other. Go ahead, read.
Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow.
Remain a widow at thy father's house.
Till Shelah, my son, be grown.
Remain a widow at thy father's house. The only time you found women by themselves is when they didn't have a male figure over them.
Right.
The husband died, father's nowhere to go. The husband died and he left inheritance for his wife, so the widow would stay alone. A widow is a woman that got married.
Yes.
There's no such thing as a widower.
That's right. Nah.
There's no such thing as a widower.
Nah.
A widow is a woman that got married and her husband died. And she stayed to herself. You know the attention. You do realize the attention that God gives to the widow. God even told him, God said, hey, he said, you could take a pledge from your brother, and that, but before the sun go down, give it back. But you better not take no pledge from that widow. He said, because if she cry out to me, he said, I'm gonna hear her cry. And I'm gonna kill you with the sword.
Right.
And I'm gonna make your wives widows. And I'm gonna make your children fatherless. He said, you know why I'm doing this? He said, because I am gracious.
That's right.
He said, because I am gracious.
That's right.
So what that mean now? We need to be gracious. We need to acquire the attributes and the characteristics of God.
Yeah.
We need to be gracious in the things that we do, which means have a heart.
Yeah.
Have a heart. That's basically what it means. When we do certain things, it denotes hatred.
That's right. Talk about it.
A false accusation denotes hatred.
Talk about it, Trauma.
You have accused me of something, of things that you have no proof of. You are accusing people of things that you have no proof of. Denotes hatred.
Yeah, talk about
It
it.
shows hatred. The things we do and we say denotes hatred. Where we at?
Verse 11.
Verse what?
11.
Time sheet.
Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house.
Then said what?
Remain a widow.
Remain a widow
At thy father's house.
at thy father's house. Go home. Go to your father's house. He said, but remain a widow, Tom Sheep,
Till Shelah, my son, be grown.
till Shelah, my son, be grown. I don't care how many years she had to wait. The law, she got to wait. Ain't no excuse.
It ain't get done yet.
It ain't get done yet. Go ahead, read.
Well, he said, let's peradventure he die also.
I don't know what's going to go down with Shelah.
Because he had two of them.
I don't know what's going to go down with Shelah.
It's like
Let's
that.
peradventure. He died also. God killed him too. Tom Sheep.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time.
In process of times, it means many years.
Yeah.
A lot of years done passed on. So many years done passed on.
The daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died.
The daughter of Shua,
Judah's wife.
Judah's wife passed. She died. Tom Sheep.
And Judah was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath and his friend Hira the Adullamite.
Judah was comforted, so he went up to the sheep shearers. During sheep shearing, it went down. A big party went down. All right, the harlots used to come through. You had men that used to buy harlots and they drinking and it used to go down. Tom Sheep.
And it was told Tamar saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off.
She took her widow's apparel off
and covered her with a veil.
Covered herself with a veil.
And wrapped herself.
And wrapped herself. You mean to tell me even the harlots had shame about themselves.
Yeah.
The harlot's, you ain't never gonna know who the harlot is because they covered their face.
Yeah.
What that tell you? That all you did was come there for one thing, which means they didn't get butt naked. All they did was bend over, pull the frock up, get some, and leave. Pay me, leave. You didn't know who you slept with.
That's right. They had shame.
You didn't know who you slept with, right? So she had the veil on, and she wrapped herself in a sari. Most of you guys don't know what a sari is. Because that is an ancient apparel, right? And I learned that from my mother, because my mother been down since 1970. My mother been down since 1970, and she did away with the idols of her fathers.
Yeah.
She did away with the idols and the deities of her fathers.
Yeah.
To where her father and her mother and her sisters try to pull her away from the man that was showing her who God was.
That's right.
Huh? And no matter what she went through, being with this man, with my father, that showed her who God was, it was bigger than her just leaving.
That's right.
You know why? You know why? Because her objective was to serve God.
That's right.
That's why. I don't want to go nowhere. I'm here with you.
Right.
I'm living this way. I'm here with you.
We riding this out.
But the woman have a different mentality now.
The quitters.
A different mentality now, man.
Mm-hmm.
Different mentality. As time go on, as time go on, things changes and people's thoughts pattern changes.
Mm-hmm.
So now saris is like a material, right? That's wrapped. You got to know how to wrap it to where it don't unravel. You wrap it, and you lock it. You can make it tight fitting. You can make it loose.
That's right.
But you got to know how to wrap it.
That's right.
People in India still wore
They
saris.
still wear it.
In India, they still wore saris. Those are ancient dress wears. Those are ancient dress wears, man. That our forefathers and our mothers lived and how they dressed. Go ahead, read.
Talk about the drama.
And covered her with a veil.
Covered herself with a veil.
And wrapped herself.
Wrapped herself.
And sat in an open place.
She sat in an open place. We understand this right here. You know what an open place is? An open place is where a lot of action is passing by, and she's sitting by that open place so that she can be noticed. Huh?
Yeah.
So that she can be noticed.
Yeah.
This is where men come.
So if there's a lot of men around, and if you have some type of dignity and virtue, you're not trying to be noticed by all these men.
Get out my man's face.
You're not trying to be noticed by men.
Yeah.
And I've seen women to where when they're walking and there's men sitting, they'll cross the street.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she don't know who God is.
Yeah. Talk about it.
But sometimes certain things is inside of people.
That's right.
You have women that don't know God,
That's
but she has natural virtue in her. Huh? She has natural virtue in her. Those are excellent ways. Those are good ways. Remember, we have good and evil in us. So you do have women with some type of good in them that don't desire to be noticed by men. Because when you desire to be noticed by men, then your dress wear changes. You put on certain things to be revealing. You put on certain things to reveal yourself, to draw the attention of this man. Some she
wrapped herself and sat in an open place.
She sat in an open place.
Which is, by the way, to Timnah. But she saw that Sheila was grown.
She saw, look what's in her mind. She saw and realized that who?
That Sheila was grown.
That Sheila was grown.
And she was not given unto him.
And he wasn't given to her for wife. That was her objective. That was her mindset, to raise up seed for my husband. My husband is dead, man. I want to continue his name. She's waiting. She's waiting. Tom, she.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot.
When Judah saw her, he didn't know that she was his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she covered her face with a veil. It was a covering to where you can see without, but you can't see in. You can't see in. So they're able to cover their face. You ain't gonna be able to see in. You ever seen these Muslim? I seen a Muslim woman with everything covered. You ain't even see her eyes. But she's walking and she see where she going. But you can't see through that veil. Tom she.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot because she had covered her face.
She covered her face.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee.
See, she's waiting for one man. I'm not here waiting for you or nobody else. I'm looking for one man. One man.
Well, she's undercover right there.
She's undercover. She's undercover right now. She's waiting for one man because her objective is to raise up seed for her dead husband who God killed. Why? Because God said he was wicked. God said he was wicked. God killed him. Why? Because we do things that God hates and despise. And we expect nothing to happen.
You talk about it, trauma.
I said we do things that God hates and despise, and we really expect nothing is going to happen in our life.
Come on, man.
Why? Because you don't look at it as evil.
Yeah, talk about it.
You don't look at it as wrong.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
You feel you're right. And guess what? You don't have a conscience.
Come on, man.
Most people don't have a conscience.
Say it again, John.
Because in order to have a conscience, you got to be able to acknowledge your fault.
Yeah, Negro.
Why are you pointing the finger all the time and blaming people? Why do we blame people all the cotton picking time? Okay, it's okay you blame the person for their wrong, but what wrong? Do you see any wrong in the thing that you did?
Talk about it, trauma.
Why can't you see the wrong in the things that you did?
Yeah.
You know why? Because you said you ain't did no wrong.
Yeah.
You know what you did wrong? Your departure away from God. You have departed away from God.
It's okay.
That's your wrong, but that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Because you did it because you was running.
Talk about it, trauma.
That's not going to be accepted.
That's not going to be accepted. God ain't going to say, oh, all right, I know why you stopped doing these laws because of this. No, there's no because.
Yeah.
Because of how you feel.
Yeah.
Because of your emotions.
Yeah. Talk about it.
You need to take that and tuck it.
Throw it out the window.
Tuck it.
Yeah.
See, God over everything.
Over everything.
I said, God over everything.
Over your
God
job.
over your parents.
Over your
God
job.
over your family. God over your job.
Over your job.
God over everything.
Yeah.
Because this is the God that gave you strength.
Yeah.
To do that job.
Yeah.
This is the God that gave you that job.
That's right.
And he could easily take it away. He'll set something up to where you end up losing that job. Now what you gonna do? You ain't got no choice but to turn.
Talk about the trauma.
No choice. See, before you fall, pride going before a fall. Right?
At its height.
It's at its height now. You know why? Because you start voicing certain things. Like you done made it. I done made it in life. I done did this and the other. And when you're at the height of your pride, God gonna bring you down. Bam, you're gonna drop. You'll see. Go ahead, read.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he
Go
knew
to,
not,
I pray thee. So let me come in unto thee.
For he knew not that she was his daughter.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law.
And she said, What wilt thou give me?
He said, what you gonna give me?
That thou mayest come in unto
That thou says, before you come into me, before we do this, you gotta give me something. You gotta give me something. But this was a smart woman.
Yeah.
This was a very smart woman. Because in her mind, she already know, listen, I need to have proof to show who came in unto me. Because you ain't gonna take me and burn me. You ain't gonna kill me for committing whoredom. That law wasn't written. That's called but people like to say oral law. Yeah. It's laws that's passed down.
There's a family that did it.
Little laws, right? Natural customs that the people had.
Thank God it's
I said these people had natural ways and customs about them that God accepts, that later on became established, that later on became law.
That's correct. That is correct.
That later on became law.
That's right.
God looked at the ways of these people and he said, man, those are godly ways. He said, those are good ways, man. Now you go further on into the book, you read it in Deuteronomy 25. Wow, isn't that what Tamar and Judah and Onan and Shelah, what they went through? The same things that you read in the beginning, you read later on that God wrote, that God reiterated to Moses to
Make this official.
make this thing here official. Huh? Let's read it.
And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock.
He said, I will send you a kid, but I don't want no kid. Nah,
And they go,
that's not gonna cut it. Anybody could have gave me this kid.
Yeah, that's no kind of identification.
That's no type of identification to show who slept with me.
That's right.
That's no kind of identification to show who got the cookies out the cookie jar. Somebody got them
somebody
cookies.
got them cookies.
Because it's showing now.
We need proof.
Stomach is sticking out. And I need to show
Who's
proof
daddy?
because they go, I'm going to be a dead mama jamma. I'm going to be a dead soul.
First thing they want to know is
Huh?
who the father.
Yeah.
That's right.
People, when God talk about death and killing, you got people
Oh, boy.
that don't agree when God said kill. When God said kill, it's kill for me. I accept that. And you got to accept that. Because the judgment of God is acceptable. The judgment of God is righteous. And your thoughts and the way you think is corrupt and it's nowhere near the thought pattern and the thinking pattern of God.
Yeah.
Right.
It's nowhere near that. So when God said when man sleep with mankind as a womankind, he said kill.
That's right.
When woman
They are
sleep with woman, he
wicked,
said
man.
kill her.
They are wicked.
A woman commit adultery and have sex with a man that's not her husband, he said kill her and kill him.
Adulterer and the adulteress.
I'm staring at my man.
So we got to stop dissembling or going against
This is
what God said.
Right.
We got to stop going against the things that God accepts.
Right.
We need to learn to change our ways
Yeah.
and make it compatible to the ways of God.
It can be done.
It can be done.
Step by step.
It's not a hard job.
Stop
Your
this.
ways, my ways, our ways got to be compatible to the ways of God.
That's right.
God told us, he said, listen, he said, you see Abraham there? All you men, I need you to follow
Follow him.
Abraham.
Follow.
He said, you woman? He said, I need y'all to follow Mother Sarah.
That's right.
So you read the book and you see the things that Mother Sarah did. And you follow those things because she was an excellent description of a good, righteous woman.
Talk about the drama.
That's
Rebecca was an excellent, good restriction of a righteous woman. Huh? Leah and Raquel was an excellent description of righteous woman.
Okay.
We even had prophetess.
Yeah.
Huldah the
Huldah.
prophetess.
The
Don't
Torah.
think that, don't downgrade yourself like it was only men prophets. You had woman prophetess too. But guess what? And they was married.
They were married.
But when she went home, she left the prophetess thing here. She left that there.
She never prophesied to her husband. She never prophesied
She
to
ain't
her
gonna
husband.
come with that
Thus
prophetess,
saith
with
the
that
Lord.
prophet thing talking
Nah.
about thus saith the Lord.
Nah.
My Lord.
Nah.
Thus say no. Listen. Let's keep everything in this proper perspective.
That's right.
Yeah, you're a prophetess, but I'm still your Lord.
That's right.
Because of me. It's because of me.
Don't come to me with that thus saith the Lord stuff.
Talk about the drama.
They didn't do that. Show me the book where they did that.
No.
Yeah.
You do it.
Yeah.
Barack said, listen, man, if you ain't going, I ain't going. Why? Because he's seen that God is with this woman.
Right.
God is with her.
I know for a fact God is with her.
Saul begged Samuel to pray with him because he realized that God is with him.
That's right.
And whatever goes up with Saul, only because of Saul, he will accept you.
Mhm.
He will accept you. Huh?
Talk about it, drummer.
Go ahead, read.
I will send thee a kid from the flock.
He said, I'll send you a kid from the flock.
And she said, what wilt thou give me? Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it?
He said, send me a pledge without sending. Okay, go ahead.
And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And
Yeah,
she
what you
said,
want? What kind of pledge you want? Read.
thy signet, thy bracelets, and thy staff.
These
that
are
is in
all
thy hand.
identifications.
ID.
Your signet, your bracelet, and your staff. Petileka is your thread. Your thread. And they had these threads, these type of bracelets that was wrapped around their arm. And the same thing that they said here is in Deuteronomy 6:4 when it says petileka or petil or petileka. Those was laws that God commanded us to put on our arm.
That's right.
Those was laws that God commanded us. God also gave us commands and laws that we should put between our eyes.
That's right.
Not no symbolic. That was symbolic. Where the book said it's symbolic, and you have people saying these things. It's not an actual frontlet, but it's a symbolic. Come on, please.
Brains is symbolic.
Please.
The brain is
God don't
symbolic.
deal with symbols and symbols.
Yeah.
That's why we ain't never had a 6-point star.
Yeah.
That's
Talk
why
about
I
it,
ain't gonna
drummer.
never read in the book where Israel had a 6-point star. It's nowhere in the book.
Yeah. Talk
I
about
said
it, drummer.
the 6-point star is nowhere recorded in the book. Don't go to the seances and different books and all these things to prove that because guess what? Your basis is the book.
That's right.
This is what God preserved for us and gave us.
Right.
I don't want to read and don't tell me nothing about these other books. The only books that substantiate and hold grounds is the Old Testament. That's it. That's it. It has whatever book that you're reading has to coincide with what you read here.
Yeah.
If it doesn't coincide with what you read here, it's garbage.
Damn chakra.
It's garbage.
Man, damn. Yo.
Let's read it.
Yo.
And he gave it her and came in unto
He
her.
gave her the signet, bracelet, and the staff. Those are what you call identifications. These are proof to show who has sex with me.
Yeah.
Because she's supposed to be waiting for his son, Sheila. But he took too long to give Sheila to her. So her mind, she said, listen, man. Go ahead, read.
And she arose and went away and laid by her veil from her.
She rose and went away. When she got away, she took the veil off. Took the veil off and kept going and kept moving, Tamshi.
And put on the garments of her widowhood.
Put on the garment of her widowhood. You knew if she was a widow by what she wore. You knew if she was married by what she wore. You knew if she was a virgin by what she wore. And you knew if she was a harlot by what she wore. The harlots was not of Israel. Was not of the daughters of Israel. Let's get that straight. The harlots was a woman of foreign nations.
Yeah.
Those was a woman that was of foreign nations. It wasn't Israelites or the daughters of Zion committing whoredom. Tamshi.
Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand.
Judah sent the kid from who?
By the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge
To receive
from
his
the woman's
pledge.
hand.
That's a pledge is something in collateral. Okay, I got the kid. Let's go send that kid to her and get my signet, my staff, and my bracelet. Go ahead.
But he found her not.
She gone.
Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? They said there was no harlot.
There's no harlot in this place. She transformed quick. She been gone. When she left and did her business with Judah, she took the veil off. Took everything off, put on her widow's apparel, and kept moving. Job is done.
And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her.
I can't find
And
her.
also the men of the place said there was no harlot in this place. Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed.
Woo, you hear that? He said, nah, man. I gotta give this woman her payment. I gotta get to her and give her her payment, because if I don't, that's gonna be shame on me. That's gonna be disdain and scorn on me. And our forefathers didn't move that way. If I owe you, it bothered them. It was their job to pay you back. They didn't let that linger like people today. They didn't let that linger. And we do things that our forefathers would never do.
That's right.
I said, we do things that our forefathers would never do. The things that our forefathers uphold and stand on, we don't uphold and stand on, man. We play with it, and that's why God is so far away from us.
Yeah.
That's why God has distanced himself from us, man.
Yeah, talk about it, John.
That's why God distanced himself from us.
And it came to pass about 3 months after that, it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, had played the harlot.
3 months later, she started to show. That's how you know she played the harlot, because everybody knew she's supposed to be waiting for Sheila. And once that stomach starts showing, she ain't worried. She ain't worried. I know who slept with me. I know who I lied down with. I know who got the cookies. I got proof. Let's bring it on. I want you to see it. She came out flaunting that stomach. Yeah, I'm pregnant. Ain't nobody said nothing to her though. You see the order? Do we realize and see the order? He said, nah, people mind their business. You ain't got nothing to say to the woman. You got anything to say? Go to the father. Go to Judah. And that's what he did. He said, nah, I said, okay. I ain't saying nothing to you, so you got that. Let me go to Judah and report this to the man. Reported it to Judah. Judah found out what happened.
Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, had played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom.
He said, Tamar, thy daughter, has played the harlot. He said, and she's with child by whoredom. She ain't only played the harlot, she's pregnant. Go ahead, read.
And Judah said, bring her forth and let her be burnt.
And he's serious. He ain't playing. He's serious. He said, man, call her, bring her forth, because he said, we're going to burn her alive. We're going to kill her. Rightfully so. Rightfully so, because the law states that she was supposed to be waiting for Sheila. That's the law. Once you go against the law, your emotions and your feelings for the person goes. It doesn't stand over the judgment of God.
That's right.
Your emotions and your feelings don't stand over the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
We have to learn to put our feelings aside. Aside for the feelings and the things that God accepts.
Monkey.
Go ahead, read.
When she was brought forth, she said to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose deeds are, am I with child? And she said, discern, I pray thee.
She said, listen, by the man that I'm impregnated by, she said, I'm pregnant by this man. Look, he said, but look, but the next thing she said, discern, I pray thee. She said, please, don't lie.
Don't lie.
Discern and realize and recognize these things here. Signet, bracelet, and staff. Because validate this. Because if you don't, my life is I'm bad. She said, discern, I pray thee. Go ahead, read.
Whose are these, the signet and bracelets and staff? Verse 26. And Judah acknowledged them.
Judah acknowledged them.
And said, she had been more righteous than
she
I.
had been more righteous than I. Let him say that. She didn't boast and stand up and say that to him. I'm more righteous than you. I'm more right than you because I did. Stay in your place. Stay in your place. Judah acknowledged and said, wait a minute. Wow. So this was her all the while all that time
He put it
that
together.
I gave my signet and my bracelet and my staff to have sex, to cohabitate with. He said, man, this woman has been more righteous than I. And you will run across woman that is more right than you,
Yeah.
oh man,
Yeah.
That's right.
oh son of man, and more honorable than the man.
Yes, yes, yes.
And will acknowledge God over you,
That's correct.
over the men.
That's correct.
Because you do got some God-forsaken
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
And they use the law for their own benefit.
Yeah.
Well, sister, if I have sex with you, my wife. Okay, but what comes with that? You ain't got nowhere to put the woman. You don't have the means to take care of the woman. But you're telling the woman that she's come on, man. It's backwards. So don't use the law to justify your fault and your wrongdoing with God, man. Don't do that, man. She said, man, this woman been more righteous than me. That's what he said about Tamar, Tamshi.
Because that I gave her not Sheila, my son.
He said, because he said, I should have gave her Sheila. I was supposed to give her Sheila, my son, to cohabitate with her and raise up seed for a dead husband, for your son. For your son. This is my son that she's riding for, trying to keep this man's name going. Go ahead, read.
And he knew her again no more.
It wasn't no continual thing. It wasn't no continual thing. Now we got to make this clear. When the husband dies and he don't have a son, the brother's job is to have sex with his brother's wife to raise up seed for his dead brother. After that is done, it's cut.
You gotta be living together.
It's cut. It's cut. It's no more back and forth having sex with. No, the job is for you to conceive from the next brother in line, but the three brothers has to be living together. Have to be living together. Okay, Tamshi.
And Judah acknowledged him and said, she had been more righteous than I, because I gave her not to Sheila my son, and he knew her again no more.
He knew her again no more.
And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb.
Twins.
And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand.
Listen, these twins was lively. Listen, the twins was moving around inside her stomach. Moving around. Next thing, the twin, usually, they're not live like that. The child is stuck in one position, and she got to push, and it comes naturally out with the head. Not with these kids. This guy's moving around. He sticking his hand out the hole. She grab his hole, put a thread on it. He pulls it back. Pulls it back in. I ain't ready to come out yet. I don't want to come out. I'm ready to stay. I like this place here. Nice and warm and comfortable here. I ain't got to worry about it. It's quiet. He pulls his hand back. Next thing, his brother came in. She said, how is thou broken forth? He said, where you came from? You done passed him and jumped ahead of the line and going through. Go ahead.
And the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out, and she said, how hast thou broken forth?
How were you coming from?
This breach be upon thee. Therefore, his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
Okay, let's go to Genesis 34. Genesis chapter 34.
And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land.
Dinah was Jacob's daughter. Dinah went out to do what?
To see
the daughters of the land. The daughters of the land were not Hebrew women.
No, she's the only Hebrew.
She was the only Hebrew that's out there. What are you doing amongst these women that don't have the same mindset as you? What are you doing there? So when she went out to see the daughters of the land, what took place?
And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and laid hold with her and defiled her.
He said, when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, the prince of the country, saw her, he took her. Right? Right? He took her. Go ahead.
And lay with her.
He laid with her.
And defiled her.
And defiled her. The word for defiled, why did he defile her? Why was it said that he defiled her? Because people say, and people that don't know and don't study, he said, "Oh, Dina was loose. She went out there, and no, Dina wasn't loose. She didn't have the mindset of these women. She went out there to see the daughters of the land, but she got caught up by Shechem. The word for defile in the Hebrew is wayi aneh. Aneh, the word aneh means to take forcibly, to force, which means he took it. She didn't give it up willingly.
No, make it clear.
He took it from her. So because he took it, where am I going? That's the mindset of the woman. You don't see when Tamar, you don't see, listen, Amnon, Absalom, and Adonijah. Those three. God stirred up trouble in his house. I said the Creator stirred up trouble in his house. That wasn't those boys' mindset.
No.
That wasn't the mindset of Amnon. That wasn't the mindset of Absalom. And that wasn't the mindset of Adonijah. The reason why they had that mindset was because God stirred up trouble in this house because of what King David did. The matter of Uriah. So he stirred up trouble in this house. So now, after Amnon, when Amnon raped Tamar, he went to take her out. He said, listen, he said, get her out of here and shut the doors. You know what Tamar told him? She said, you took it already. Yeah. And now you're thrusting me out? He said, that's worse than what you did. You throwing me out. I belong to you now. You took it. You had sex with me. You took my virginity. She was a virgin. That was value. And they looked at virginity as value. We don't look at it like that. We look at the flower virgins and we boast and brag about how many virgins you done deflowered. But your mindset, when you deflower and take this virginity, your mindset kick in. She belongs to me, man. I can't do her like no other woman. That's the mindset. Man, she's a daughter of Zion. She live according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. I can't do her like Betsy. I can't do her like Tiffany. I can't do her like Felicia. I gotta treat this woman different. And this is what we have to realize. This is what we need to realize, man. And he kicked that woman out. When he kicked Tamar out and bolted the door, she went out the house with a hand on her head. Absalom saw her. He said, hey, wait a minute. He said, has Amnon been with thee? You know what he told her after that? He said, don't hate him because of this.
Wow.
Ain't that something?
You gotta control yourself.
He said, control your emotions. He said, don't despise him because of this. And he was wrong. And he raped her and took her and kicked her out after her brother told her, don't hate him.
Still don't hate.
Don't hate him, man. He said, come on. He said, live with me. He said, come on with me. He said, come on with me. He said, don't hate him. You hear what that is? So we have no reason to be hating nobody.
Yeah.
For whatever the person did.
Yeah, talk about it.
We cannot hate. God hate that.
That's right.
God told us not to hate.
Yeah.
God told us not to hate the Egyptians. He said, because you was a stranger in their land. You lived with them.
Yeah.
So therefore, he said, don't despise the Egyptians because you lived with them.
Yeah.
Huh? And you know the heart of a stranger. So therefore, because you know the heart of a stranger, you should know how to treat people. Because you know the treatment when it was done to you, you didn't like it. You didn't like it. So why are you treating this person and doing this person the way you wouldn't like? I said the ways of God will change you.
Yeah.
The ways of God will give you a different thinking pattern, a different way of thinking.
Yeah.
All you got to do is read it with a desire to change. I said, you got to want to change.
Right.
God knows I want to change.
That's
God knows I want to be better. So you know what bothers me? When people think certain things about me and it ain't true.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me. It could have been anything else. But you thinking this about me.
That's right.
And I'm trying to be right with God. I'm not thinking about this. And I'm not that way.
Yeah.
And this is what really bugs me. This is what really bugs me. And it should also bug you. It should also bug you. You know why? Because what's more important? The book said, what's more important? A name.
Uh-oh.
Your name is important. Your name is more precious than rubies and diamonds. So when people say certain things that destroys your character and your name, that's not nothing to play with, man.
It's to assassinate your character.
That's nothing to play with. You don't play with my name or my character because I'm not that way. I serve God.
That's right.
I serve God and I live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. And for you to think this way about me is false.
Right. This is what I'm.
And that's all our mindset. That's supposed to be our mindset. Let's read the book and acquire the mindset of God. Acquire the ways and the customs of God so that we can draw God's attention towards us for good.
Yeah.
That's the way we draw God's attention towards us for good. Come on, man. Let's read.
And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob.
Wait a minute. He didn't despise her? I said that's a natural thing. Because sex links.
Yes.
Sex supposed to join you. When you have sex with a woman, that is an intimate action. Those are intimate things that's going down between these two people. People say, they like to say energy. We're exchanging energy and vibes and all this. And then after we do this, for you to just look at me and hate me, you must be a dog. To have sex with a woman and do things to hate her, this is the woman you lay with.
You got no heart, man.
Look, you don't have a heart.
Right.
And for you to say certain things about a person, and the person lay with you and sleep with you every night. Come on, man. I lay with you every night, woman. And you're telling me that I hate you. But you're in my arms and in my bosom every night. For crying out loud, I don't even wait till you brush your teeth. I kiss you.
Right.
I give you a kick. I don't go in. I give you a peck on the lip. Mwah. I don't care about the brushing of your teeth. I don't care about that.
Yo.
I love you.
Yo.
Come here and give me a kiss. Mwah.
That's love.
That's love.
When you say,
That's love. You ain't waiting no more for the woman to brush her teeth. And she ain't waiting for you to brush your teeth. I ain't gonna stick no tongue in there now. But I give you a peck on the lip. No French kiss.
You're not French people.
And then you look at me and say that I hate you and despise you. Come on, man. So all this time is for naught.
Wasted time.
Waste of time,
Wasted
man.
money.
Our forefathers, even the nations, wasn't that
They
way.
didn't get down like
When
that.
they cohabitated with a woman, that's what joined that man with that woman.
It.
Joined.
That's what's supposed to join both of them together.
That's supposed to
That's
join both
it.
of them. We didn't have ceremonies. We didn't have marriage ceremonies. Okay? We had a feast. I said we had a feast.
Thank
First the marriage happened. I take you in the blue room. We all know what goes down in the blue room. And then after the blue room, after the blue room, I could give a feast. I could give a banquet. Or I could give a banquet first and then take you in the blue room. Okay? But what consummated the marriage was sex. And when you having sex with this woman, you better make sure you have somewhere to put her. You better make sure you have the means to take care of her and support her and protect her.
Yeah.
Your protection, your safe.
That's right.
That I'm pleased with that. I gotta make sure you're safe. We don't have this mindset no more. We don't got this mindset no more. We have sex with a woman and they kick her out the house after that. So listen, man, after I ejaculate, man, I don't want to see her face no more, man. That's the evil, man. You hear niggas talk like that in raps, in songs. Man, after I hit it, man, I'm gone. That's not a mindset to have, man. That's not the mindset to have. You're a dog. You're a heathen African dog. Come on, man. Let's read.
And his soul clave unto Dinah,
His
the
soul
daughter
was
of
joined
Jacob.
and joined. His soul was joined. You know what that means when your soul is joined? That's deeper than love. When your soul is joined, you know what that is when your soul is joined with a person? When she ain't around, you wanted her back. You yearn for her to be back. You yearn for her to be back. You come home and she ain't home and say, hey, woman, man, where you at, man? I said, man, when you coming back home? I said, I'm coming home, baby, man. Hurry up, man. Got me here by my damn self, chilling, watching TV. My woman ain't here. I put my hand over. She ain't there. It's bed empty. Man, come on back home, man. Your place is here with me. Shoot. And my place is with you. That's the joining and the connection between a husband and a wife, man. That's not today, man.
Not today,
That's
man.
not today. That's the forefathers then. Easy, quick to run.
Yeah.
Quick to run. But if you keep running, when are you gonna build?
Keep running.
You can't continue to build if you keep running. Let's read.
And he loved the damsel and spake kindly unto the damsel.
He loved the damsel. And because he loved the damsel, he spoke kindly. The book gives you a description of what a person does when he's in love. If I love you, I'm not going to talk to you hard. I'm not going to yell and scream. I'm going to speak kind to you. Hey, what's up, baby? How you doing, babe? He said, hey, baby, you woke up? Or sometimes you come in the house and she running down the steps trying to break her neck. You say, hey, baby, what's up, man? You all right? See, you come down, you give your kiss, greet each other with a kiss. Mwah. You come in, you don't kiss. Hey, where my kiss at? Don't be forgetting to give me my kiss, man. Give me my sugar. What's wrong with you? See? T-Back don't go and do that. You ain't going to do that. You better give her a kiss when you come in the house. You better give her a kiss when you come in, or it's going to be a problem. That's what it is, man. Marriage is the joy. God hates when two people separate. God hates that. He despises divorce. He despises when two marriage couples gotta separate. God don't like that. God don't like that, man. And it's sad because now you gotta do separation. You gotta separate. The kids go this way. That's not good. It's not good. Tom sheet.
And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying,
That's what Shechem should have did first. Shechem went to speak to his father now. You should have did that before you cohabitated with the woman. Why you go cohabitate with the woman and then you want to speak to the father after?
After you get a sample.
After you done sampled it. You done sampled it already. Check the father out first.
That's right.
You go to the father. Tell the father, listen, I want to marry your daughter. I like your daughter. I see, most women today don't know how to be a wife. You got to know how to be. You got to be taught how to be a wife. And the men got to be taught how to be husbands. You got to be
They're
taught.
not getting taught.
And the teaching begins when the children see how their mother and their father carry it.
Right.
I done see women say, well, I see how my woman dealt with my father. And that's how she carries on. And she continued and she learned how to deal with her husband. And the sons would say, well, I see how my father dealt with my mother, how he provided everything in the house and how he took care of his business.
Right.
So he grew up with that same mindset of what he saw in the house. That's why when certain things transpire in the house, the kids got to go that way.
That's right. Go in your room.
Go in your room.
Go in your room.
This cannot be done in front of the kids.
Even on TV shows.
I don't want to show my daughter that it's okay for her to be beat down by her husband. So I ain't going to beat my woman in front of my daughter. I'm not going to beat my woman at all.
That's right.
So my mother said, if you got to put your hands on her, leave her.
Leave.
Yeah.
Leave.
No, that's right.
You must be a coward. I just thought about it too. You go to raise your hand on a woman, and all she did was, you continue. You follow through with it.
Yeah.
You don't have a heart, man.
Yeah.
You got the woman crying, nose bloody, and you ain't feel nothing in you to say, well, damn.
That's why the father got to know.
Nah, man. Nah, man. You got to hit her. You need to just leave, brother. Because you ain't going to beat on my daughter.
So leave it and say, man.
I'll be at your doorstep.
That's right.
And I don't expect no man to beat on my daughter because I was no woman beater.
That's right.
Don't hit me, though. If you hit me, I'm going to hit you
Don't
back.
hit me, though. Right. Don't hit me.
Don't hit me. You hit me, I'm hitting you back.
That's
I
right.
wasn't put here to be a
Right.
puncher bag.
That's right.
People think this is love and hip hop. They think I'm Mendici.
Yeah.
And his wife come, he said, okay. No, there ain't no okay, man. Get away from me, man.
That's right.
I'm not gonna pitch you.
Where were you last night?
No way,
That's
man.
right.
Shoot.
That's right.
We gotta follow the ways and customs of our forefathers, man.
Yeah, the marriage will last. The marriage
Follow
will last.
the ways and the customs of our forefathers, and the marriage will last. Come see.
That's right.
That's
And
right.
Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, get me this damsel a wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they will come.
And Jacob held his peace. Wait, go back, man.
Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah
Jacob
his daughter.
heard that he defiled Dinah, his daughter.
Now his sons were with his cattle in the field.
Now
And
his sons
Jacob-
was in the cattle in the field, not Jacob.
No.
Jacob ain't gonna be in the field
No.
because I got sons.
Yeah.
And that's all a part of honoring.
That's right.
That's all a part of honoring.
Yeah.
Your mother needs you to go to the store. I got you, Ema. I go to the store.
I don't care about playing the game.
I don't care about playing the game, Ema. I'm gonna go to the store for you. Because I gotta do as much things to build credit with God.
That's right.
I need credit with God. I said we need to build our credit up with God so that when certain things happen, guess what? He pulled back. He said, nah, you got to put works in. So that way God could pull back and say, nah, I ain't going to do you
He
in.
did this.
I remember when you did this and did that over here, and you did good over here. He said, I'm going to punish you, but I ain't going to come too hard on you because you got works. That's why God didn't kill King David for cohabitating with Uriah the Hittite's wife.
Why.
Because he got works. And guess what else he got? He got favorites.
Yeah.
God got favorites.
Yeah, he made himself-
What made God, what did King David do that caused God to favor him? Huh? He said, he got a heart like me. He said, he got a heart like me, man. Huh? And one thing we got to realize, as I saw my brother say, grandparents are your mothers.
That's
right.
Your grandmother is your mother.
You better recognize
Your
that.
grandfather is your father. You need to recognize that.
Yeah.
Recognize those
I know
things,
who
man.
You got to tell that to.
Tom sheet.
And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the
sons of Jacob, they came out, they heard this. Listen, we gotta go see what's going on. Because man, we hearing that our sister got defiled. This ain't supposed to be done in Israel. So they came out the field to see what's going on. But Jacob, you know, he a gangster. Jacob said, all right, man, y'all violated my daughter. He said, all right. He said, I'm gonna hold my peace till my sons come. My sons pop up. My son, he's really all right. My sons pop up, now we're gonna talk about this.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
And the men were grieved.
The men were grieved.
And they were very wroth.
And they was very wroth.
Because he had wrought
folly in Israel.
In line with Jacob's
daughter.
Which thing ought
not to be done. Why do the woman or the so-called daughters of Zion still look for heathen men? Why are you continuing to desire men that don't serve your God?
Yeah. Stop staring at my man.
Huh? Why do the men desire women? Why do the men desire women that don't serve God?
Yeah, talk about it, dog.
Because that's supposed to be the main thing right there.
Yeah.
Do you serve God?
That's a fact, bro.
Do you live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes? Those are the first qualifications. And if you don't serve God and you don't have the desire to serve this God and you ain't willing to do these laws, I'm not wasting my time with you.
That's a fact, bro.
Can't waste my time with you.
Facts.
I need to keep my strength.
That's facts, bro.
That's
facts, bro.
And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my
and
son.
Hamor did what?
And Hamor communed with them,
saying,
the soul of my son,
Shechem,
longing for your daughter.
He longs for your daughter. Huh? Shechem is longing for your daughter, man. He loves your daughter. He wants your daughter. Read. I pray you
give him
for wife.
And make you marriages with us.
Make you marriages with us.
Give your daughters unto us.
And
take our daughters unto you. You shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you.
And you shall dwell with us, and your land shall be before you. Because what? We're making intermarriages. This man is marrying into my family, and my daughter is marrying into his family. So now, what causes us to be one is this marriage. They did not marry into each other and then go to war. That's outside. No. They didn't marry within each other. And then you got brothers going to war with the other family. This one not liking this one. That wasn't our ways. That wasn't the custom of these people that we read about, man.
You had kings that married two daughters.
Once they married into each other, that's what kept the peace. Because listen, we had standards with us. You married into my son, and my son married your daughter. There can never be no war between me and you. There can never be no beef between me and you, because your son is married into my daughter. We're family now. We don't have these ways no more. We don't have these ways no more, man.
We have heathen ways.
We have heathenistic ways. American ways.
Twitter ways.
A heathenistic mindset.
Instagram
Twitter ways. Instagram ways. YouTube ways. And all these Twitter and YouTube and Instagram ways are not godly ways.
Ways of the heathen.
Ways of the heathen.
This is Caesar ways.
These are ways of the heathen. Ways of the heathen. These are ways that God hates and despises, man. And this is why we so far apart.
Niggas is a Caesar.
When we read this book, this book shows us the ways that God accepts. And if you want to be accepted by God, then you need to learn how you need to read and acquire and attain these ways. Put these ways into use.
Talk about it, man.
Acquire these ways and put these ways into use so that you can grab the attention of God. It's not hard. It's very easy to grab his attention in these times because the majority of the people hate God.
That's right.
the majority of the people, the world, despise God.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
How do you denote and how can you tell if you despise this God? When you don't follow after the curriculum and the standards that God set.
That's right. You hate him.
So when you don't follow the curriculum and the standards that God set, it shows hatred.
Oh, it's real easy to hate God.
It's real easy to hate God.
Yeah.
All I gotta do, all I gotta do is
Sin presumptuous.
sin presumptuous.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is despise the Sabbath day.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is lie. All I gotta do is steal. All
Run it down.
I gotta do is do anything that God told me not to do. If you hate God,
That's right.
okay? We gotta stop being picky.
Talk about.
We pick and choose. Oh, you did this, yeah, but you're doing this.
No.
Oh, you did this, yeah, but you're doing that over there.
No.
Dishonoring your parents. You hate God. That's what brings about a cut-off state of mind.
Yeah, you get that quick.
When we start violating these laws, God cuts you off.
That's right.
God cuts you off.
That's right.
Let's read.
Verse 9.
Verse 9.
And make ye marriages with us.
Uh-huh.
And give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you.
Mm-hmm.
And you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade you therein, and get you possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me, I will give. Ask me never so much
Listen,
dowry.
man, the land is before you. He said, we make marriages, man. The land belongs to you, man. You can come and spread out your land. My land is your land. Huh? My cattle is your cattle. Everything here, he said, make yourself at home. Huh? Huh? In the book, he said, make known thy friend. No, you do good to, right? And if you wanna be friends, I have to humble myself first and show myself friendly first, so that I can gain your trust. And then by me gaining your trust and showing you that I'm friendly, I'm letting you know, listen, it's all good, man. You can let your guard down. Bring it down. I'm not going to do that to you. And that's why women have the thing called holding the wall up.
The defense.
The wall is the defense. And you can't blame the woman, because they run across these men that have done them dirty. They have took advantage of them. And now they're afraid to drop the wall to let this one in. They're afraid to drop that wall to let the next man in, because they're afraid of getting hurt. You ain't got to have no wall up with me, because I ain't never hurt you. I ain't never hurt you. Put the wall down. The first thing I did was show you who God is.
Yeah.
That's what I did. Showed you who God is. Huh? And I live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. I bind myself according to these laws, commandments, and statutes.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as
whatever
you
you
shall
ask,
say unto me.
dowry,
Whatever.
gift. He said, I will pay it. I will give it to you.
I got it.
He said, I will pay it. I will give it to you. That's to show
got
what? Value. That's the value that this virgin daughter had in her. He's ready to give every and anything that he needs to give so that Shechem can marry Jacob's daughter, Dinah. And I'll give you anything, man. Anything. Whatever you ask, whatever you want, you got it.
Here's a prince.
Huh? So, sisters, virgin sisters, you got value. Huh? And guess what? Even if you're not a virgin, because you've been tricked and bamboozled, don't think you ain't got no value. You got value too. You got virtue because you've been hoodwinked. You've been hoodwinked and tricked and bamboozled by these God-forsaken men. that all they want to do is cohabit, have sex with you,
Pump you up full of baby.
Yeah.
pump you up full of. I heard one dude say the reason why I put so much babies in you so that no other man wants you.
That's why.
That's what one dude I heard say.
That's
I said,
why.
man, you
I've
evil,
seen that
man.
for a long time.
You evil. That's evil
You
and
don't take care of
wicked
none of them kids.
for you to have that type of mindset. So whether you're a virgin or not, you have value.
Yes.
Right.
Just live according to the laws of God.
Right.
And that's what's going to show your value. That's going to bring your worth up. That's going to bring your value up. Because I done seen women that wasn't virgins, and these women, they have a lot of virtue.
That's right.
They have a lot of virtue and ways in them because they are determined to live according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. And this is what puts value and virtue. This is what gives you value. This is what gives you virtue. So when you're not living according to these laws, where's the virtue?
It's not there.
It's not there. Where's the value? It's not there.
Talk about it.
And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully.
The
and
sons
said,
of Jacob, what verse you at?
13.
Uh-huh.
And they said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister.
Uh-huh.
And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is
He
uncircumcised.
said, man, listen, what are you talking about, homeboy? He said, I can't do this thing and marry you and get all this because you're uncircumcised. You got to cut that foreskin off. Huh? You got to cut that off. You are uncircumcised. You are out of the covenant of God. The covenant is an agreement.
You can't be in agreement.
The covenant is an agreement between Israel and God. One of the covenants is making sure that the flesh is uncircumcised. If you don't know what uncircumcised is, you don't have a rim.
Kill the anteater.
You have an anteater instead of a crown. And you have an anteater instead of a crown. You ever saw an anteater where the nose goes all the way down? That's the way it looks. And God said you got to circumcise that and cut that extra skin from and it goes past the crown. And I seen the circumcision done. The first thing that they do is take a tool and they have to separate the extra skin from the crown.
That's right.
And once they go around it, even that causes it to bleed because it's membranes. That's right. You go around it, you go around it, you go around it. Once it's completely separated, I seen a woman take 3 clamps. 1 clamp, 2 clamp, 3 clamps. Right? She cut up to the rim. Stop. She don't cut no further.
Cut past that rim.
Then she cut around the rim. Once you cut around that rim, it's going to bleed. You wrap it. Put some golden seal on it. Clean it. Golden seal peroxide. Golden seal. Wrap it up. Leave it. But now, you got to be careful when you go to these people to circumcise because some of them does Benziza Bipay. Those who know what Benziza Bipay, they'll know. I don't want to go into that. But one brother was doing the circumcision, and he thought he's finished. The sister, he was in training. I don't want nobody in training cutting my son's penis. Because next thing, he gets 16, 17, and it don't work.
He was an intern. You can't do that.
They cut something wrong there. So now, for my son's safety, I go to the doctor.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. Circumcise my son. Well, they ain't going to be on the 8th day. Okay, no problem. But circumcise him. God knows that certain things we can't be doing here. We can't do it. We can't accomplish. Now, you better learn because now they're talking about stopping the circumcision.
Yeah, they're stopping hospitals.
They're stopping hospitals from doing the circumcision.
Naturally.
So now, push come to shove, if I have a
son,
son and I got to do it, believe me, ain't nobody going to be more careful than me.
That's right.
I'll do it myself. I seen it. I'll follow the same procedure. Take a tool, separate the extra skin from the head for a while, Make sure it's greased up.
You see
Put the clamp, two, 3 clamps, boom, boom, boom. I cut all the way down to the rim. I'm going to stop there. I ain't going no further. And I'm cutting a straight line around. I'm going to draw a line there. So I don't cut no further and no further up.
That's right.
I'm cutting all the way around.
Past the border.
That ain't going past the border. Like Martin said, you want to pass the border? I ain't passing the border.
Well, you see the
I've seen it enough times. Go ahead, read.
To give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, but that were a reproach unto us.
That's a reproach unto us.
Verse 15. But in this will we consent unto you.
And this only reason why we will consent, why we will agree, why we go ahead.
If ye will be as we be.
But if you be like us, you gotta be like us. You gotta live according to us. You gotta live according to these laws to marry my daughter. And your daughter have to live according to these laws for my son to marry you. That's the basis. That's number one. We cannot get married if you are not living according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. You can't get married. Just forget about it. You don't have the desire to do this and the will to do this. Marriage is out the window.
You don't have a link.
That's right.
That's the link.
That's the link. Marriage is out the window. Let's read.
But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter and will be gone.
Be gone, Tom Sheep.
And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem.
You see that?
Hamor's son.
Those was standards that was set by the fathers. Stipulations set by the brothers. When you marry my daughter, do not lead her astray from these laws. Do not cause her to go astray from these laws. In the very day that you tell her or cause her to go astray, I'm coming to take my daughter back. And it's validated. If you don't agree to those standards, then you can't have my daughter, period.
I can annul that marriage.
You can't have it. I can annul it.
The father could annul it.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
The young man deferred not to do this thing because he had delight in Jacob's daughter. And he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem, his son, came unto the gate of their city and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us.
He said, these men are peaceable with us. He said, these men are peaceable with us. So, if I'm being peaceable with you, why are you denoting and showing and emanating so much strife? Why are you denoting strife? Read.
Therefore, let them dwell in the land and
So let them
trade.
dwell in the land and trade therein.
For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters for us to wives. Let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us, or to dwell with us to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised, shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours?
Now, they got game with them too. They got game with them too. They said, listen, just accept them and do what they say for now. She said, because later on, we're going to swallow them up. Everything that belongs to them going to be us because we're more than them. And that's the mindset. That was the mindset that they had. That was the mindset that they had. So you couldn't even trust these guys.
That's why God said, kill them.
You can't trust them.
Deuteronomy 7.
Tom Sheep.
Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son, hearken all that went out of the gate of the city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of the city.
Tom Sheep.
And it came to pass on the third day, when they were saw that the two sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city.
Two sons. Two of Jacob's most ruthless sons. Simeon and Levi, right? They went into a city by themselves and bodied everything. They killed everything. And God ain't called them murderers. God ain't called them murderers. You know why? Because they defiled my sister. You see what these men will kill you for? You come and you defile my sister without coming to talk to my pops and not doing the regular procedure. See, they will kill you, man. They will kill you for doing things like that. Why? Because brothers protected the sisters.
Yes.
Whether your blood, the sisters, the woman, period, was protected within the nation. Within the nation, they was protected. Why do you think? Why do you think when the husband died, the woman stayed under something, under a man's protection, under a man's protection, man? Tom, see.
And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword.
Now they running through the land. They running through everything. Hamor dead. Shechem dead. He slaying the people. He slaying the men. Read.
And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword. And took Dinah out of Shechem's house.
Dinah was still laid out there. You know why? Where is she going? I'm not a whore. That I'm after this God just had and penetrated me, like I'm just gonna leave. I belong to him now. I'm there. That was her mindset. The same mindset of Tamar. Tom, see?
And the sons of Jacob came upon the slain and
spoiled
the city because they had
defiled their daughter. Their sister.
They took their sheep.
They took their sheep,
their oxen,
their asses,
and that which was in the city.
And whatever was in the city, they took.
That which was in the field.
The fields belonged to them.
All their wealth.
All their wealth.
All their little ones.
The little ones.
And their wives. They took captive.
And
spoiled even all
of them in the house. Everything. That's how everything, all their goods increased.
That's how it increased.
Because they took it. They ran through Shechem and took everything, killed all the men, and took everything to themselves.
They wound up with everything.
Tom, see?
Jacob said to Simeon and Levi.
Jacob want to tell his two sons. He said, man, y'all crazy. He said, what's wrong with y'all two, man? Go ahead, read.
He had troubled me.
He said, man, you dudes done troubled me. What did you dudes do? Read.
To make me stink among the inhabitants of the land.
But one thing we need to realize. When Simeon and Levi did that, guess what? One of the part of the book said that God put the fear of the nations. God put fear on these people. He put the dread and fear upon the rest of those nations so that they don't move on Jacob and his son. Because they would have moved on him. Go ahead.
Amongst the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being in few number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. They said, should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?
He's like, man, none of that matters right now. He said, man, we not going to stand here and allow this fool, this dude, to treat my sister like she's a whore. Jacob is thinking about his family and everything that he got. The repercussion that's gonna come with what you did, and this is what we don't think like that. We just move without thinking of the effects of what's gonna happen by me doing this. Let's go to Leviticus 10. Let's go Leviticus chapter 10. Got it? Tamshi.
And Nadab and Abihu. The sons
Nadab
of
and Abihu was the sons of Aaron. Aaron had 4 sons. Nadab was the firstborn. Abihu, Ithamar, Eleazar, and Ithamar. He had 4 sons, right? Go ahead. So what Nadab and Abihu did? Nadab, the name Nadab means to offer willingly. To offer willingly. Which means you didn't have to force me to offer up nothing. I offered up this sacrifice to God because I desired this. I wanted to offer this up to God. And that's the only way God will accept this from us. We have to be doing these laws willingly, of a willing heart.
Oh, not because you're being forced.
Not because you're being forced. Not because someone is forcing you. Because if someone is forcing you, then it ain't done willingly. And God ain't going to accept it.
God ain't accepting it. That's right.
Tom, see?
The sons of Aaron took either of them his censer and
Took
put fire
either of them the
therein.
censer and put fire therein.
And
The
put
censer
incense thereon.
was a plate with chains. They had like a plate. You'll hold that, and then you'll put incense in that censer and burn it, and it start up a smoke. Read.
And put incense thereon and opened strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them not.
Now, the incense that we read about was only done during sacrifices. I told one brother, I don't burn incense in my house. He said, what? You don't burn incense? No, I don't burn incense. Don't you think it's a different type of incense? What different type of incense? Incense is incense.
That's right.
Frankincense is frankincense. That's what it is.
They don't study, man.
They only burn incense and frankincense during the sacrifices of God.
When the fat is being burned.
Okay? While the fat is being burnt. Okay? Because it was a smell that God loved.
God likes the aroma.
God likes the smell of it. He likes the smell of fat and this aroma that comes with that. Because that smell appeases his anger. It comforts him. It comforts him and it appeases his anger. Huh? But it has to be dedicated to God.
Only way.
That's the only way. Come see.
There went out a fire from before the Lord and devoured them. And they died.
Because they sent up a strange fire before God, fire came down from heaven. Fire came from God and devoured and consumed them. Now, mind you, while God sent a fire to consume them, their clothes wasn't even burnt, which means the fire had strict orders from God not to burn up their clothes.
Right.
Burnt and consumed them in their clothes to where they was able to be carried in their robes. Just their bodies. Tom, see?
And Moses said unto Aaron, this is that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me.
He said, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me. I will be set apart.
You want to make a difference.
Huh? Which means when you start to get when you start to get close to God, when you start to come near to God by doing certain things, by fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes, you will draw near to God. Now, once you draw near to God, you probably don't have that mindset to where you need to set yourself apart. But God is setting you apart because of things that you're doing, and He's gonna show you that you're set apart. You're gonna learn hard. You're gonna learn the hard way because you're gonna do certain things and you're gonna get whacked.
That's right.
He could do that. I said He could do that, not you. Wow, you get hit.
Yeah.
Huh? He hates you. Huh? Come on, man.
You think it's a game,
It's not a game, man.
You think this way life
We do things in life, and God gotta chastise us and rebuke us. But now it's up to us to realize and recognize this is the chastisement of God.
Right.
This is the correction of God.
Right.
And when you receive the correction of God, you acknowledge. You have to acknowledge that everything we gotta listen. We have to cover all bases. Huh?
Talk about it, dog.
When certain things happen or transpire in our life, it's my job to cover all bases. Because I can't pinpoint what I did. Because I sinned too much. Our forefathers was able to pinpoint. We can't pinpoint nothing. Because we sinned too much. So now we got to cover everything.
That's right.
Because God ain't coming to you to show you or tell you where you messed up at. Ain't no prophet coming to you to tell you or show you where you messed up at. So we need to learn to cover all bases. all bases.
Read that book.
Tom She.
Then Moses said unto Aaron, this is that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified.
He said, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me. Right? Tom She.
And before all the people I will be glorified. And Aaron held his peace.
And before all the people I'll be glorified. He said, but Aaron held his peace. Held his peace. He had nothing to say. He came down, he chilled out. He said, ain't got nothing to say, man. This is of God. I said, this is of God. So I ain't got nothing to say about what God is doing. About what he'll live. Read.
And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp.
Mishael and Elzaphan didn't tell Moses, were you there? Why you ain't carrying?
Why I gotta do it?
Well, I gotta carry him, I don't want to carry him. You carry him. They didn't do that, man.
They didn't get out of their uncles.
No. They didn't do that. And when things like that happen, guess what? Believe it or not, God frowns at you. You know why? Because God don't like that. It's not acceptable by God. And none of that happened. The nephews and the nieces respected their uncles.
Aunts.
They respected their aunt. But the aunt was only their father, brother that got married. And that was your only aunt.
That's your uncle's wife.
Your uncle's wife was considered your aunt.
They don't know them players.
Okay? My mother's sister was not considered my aunt. She's called the next of kin. She said you cannot cohabitate with your mother's sister. He said in the law. In the law, it says, he said she's your next of kin. We do things backwards.
Right.
Yeah.
We do everything according to the American way.
Yeah.
The American way.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Everybody loves that.
Everybody loves the American way. You got people killing themselves to get to America.
Yeah.
Killing themselves over boats.
To get here.
Drowning to get here. To get here. Let's read.
So they went near and carried them in their coats.
They carried them in their coats. That proved right there that the fire that God sent, didn't burn their clothes. The fire that God sent only consumed their bodies. Tom She.
So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said unto Aaron and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar his sons, uncover not your heads.
Uncover not your heads.
Neither rend your clothes.
Don't rend your clothes.
Lest you die.
Lest you die. No mourning, because those were signs of mourning. Don't go uncovering your head.
That's what we did.
Right? Signs of mourning. Don't rent your clothes. He said, because if you mourn, I'm going to kill you. We have to know what are we mourning for and what to mourn for. We can't mourn for people that offend God.
Right.
You can't cry for people that offend God.
That's right.
I'm not going to say that's good for you.
No.
I'm not going to say that. I'm going to still feel sorry for you,
Right.
but I can't mourn for you.
That's right.
I can't mourn for you.
Try to reason with
I can't mourn for you
that. You can't.
because you have offended God.
Your whole life.
They have offended God in offering up strange fire. God told him, he said, don't you cry.
That's right.
Don't you rip that garment.
That's right.
Why God told him that? Because that's his sons. You think he didn't feel no way? Or he's about to, that's my son.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Read.
And let wrath come upon all the people. But let
Now, by you mourning for these guys that offended God, you're going to bring wrath on the whole nation.
Okay.
I said, you're going to bring wrath on the whole nation because you are in high standards. And what you do can affect the nation.
He the high priest.
That's right. You the high priest, man. What that high priest do will affect the whole nation. He'll affect the people, man.
That's why he was doing stuff.
it will affect the people. It was a point in time where this same high priest was able to put a stop to the plague that God had cast out and let loose amongst the nation. Huh? Because after God did what he did, the people still ain't recognized that it was a work from God. And they started to blame Moses and Aaron.
Yeah.
And Moses said, wait a minute. He was able to perceive that the wrath of God is going out. He said, yo, man. He said, Aaron, hurry up. He said, the wrath of God is loose. He said, take this, take that, and go. He said, the plague has begun. How was he able to perceive that? He was so close to God, man.
Right.
Moses was so close to God, man. The way these people were so close to God, you think we could ever step in these men's shoes?
Moses know where to preach at.
Never. Mm-hmm.
But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord hath kindled.
Mm-hmm.
And you shall not go out.
You want to cry? Cry for the burning.
Yeah.
Cry for the burning that God done killed. Mm-hmm.
And you shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die. For the
He said, don't leave the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. If you leave the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, I'm going to kill you. We didn't got no tabernacle of no congregation. So where's all these priests and high priests coming from? You got to be consecrated to be a high priest. You got to be consecrated. There's a consecration that has to happen for you to be ordained as a priest. Okay? Tom Sheet.
You shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation lest ye die. For the anointing
because
oil,
the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. Tom
they
Sheet.
did according to the word of
They did
Moses.
according to the word of Moses.
And the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine.
Don't drink wine.
Nor strong drink.
Don't drink strong drink.
Thou nor thy sons
nor
with
your
thee,
sons with thee.
when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die.
He said, what are you doing drinking? He said, don't drink wine or strong drink and go into the tabernacle of the congregation because I'm going to kill you. You can't get drunk and drink and go and handling the sacrifices and the things that's holy of God.
What, we dropping stuff?
All right, Tom Sheet.
It shall be a statute forever throughout your generation.
Throughout your generation.
That you may put difference between
Put a difference between what?
Holy.
Holy.
And unholy.
And unholy.
And between unclean.
Unclean.
And clean.
And clean. So God said we got to put a difference between holy and unholy.
Right.
We got to put a difference between clean and the unclean. So why do we buy whitings from the Koreans that sell octopus and shrimps and crabs? Why do we buy from these people that have unclean fishes there, unclean things there that God has denoted as unclean? It's defiled. We shouldn't be buying from the Koreans, from the fish market. That's in the same bracket with the octopus. The salmon is in the same bracket with the shark.
Right next to the shrimp.
And you call yourself Israel. You go to the same Koreans and buy the salmon that's next to the octopus. That salmon is defiled because they didn't put a difference between clean and the unclean, holy and profane, righteousness and wickedness. We gotta put a difference between these things. We gotta make a difference between that. Not the world. We gotta make a difference between that. Make a separation between that. Tom Sheet.
And that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord had spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spake unto Aaron and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar his sons that were left. Take the meat offering.
Take the meat offering.
That remained of the
offerings of the Lord made by fire.
And eat it without leaven.
Eat it without leaven.
Beside the altar.
Besides the altar.
For it is most holy.
Because it's most holy. Now the offering Why is he telling them to eat the offering without leaven besides the altar? Because the offering was not before God. They did the offering, and what made it strange was because it wasn't besides the altar.
Right.
It wasn't before God. You didn't do it. You was out of place when you sent up that strange fire, and that's what made it strange. That's what made the fire strange, because the fire that you offered up was not before God. Tom sheep.
And you shall eat it in the holy place, because it is thy due and thy son's due of the sacrifices of the Lord made by fire, for so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee. For they be thy due and thy sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifice of peace offerings of the children of Israel. The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring, with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be thine and thy sons with thee by statute forever, as the Lord hath commanded.
Right.
And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar.
Moses is looking for the sin offering, right? He said, but it was burnt, right? Go ahead. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar,
the sons of Aaron.
The sons of Aaron,
which were left alive.
Why? Because you were already told y'all to get that offering and go eat it besides the altar, in the place near the altar, because it's most holy. But Eleazar and Ithamar didn't eat it there. They did something else. Right? Go ahead, read.
Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering?
He said, why didn't you eat the sin offering
in the holy place, seeing it is most holy?
Seeing it's most holy.
And God had given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation.
See, these people was heavy, man. The priest was the link to God for the nation. That's how the nation got linked to God, through the priest and the high priest. When Yom Kippur came around, the priest and the high priest fasted before the nation, because they had to clean their own house. Then they was ordered by God to confess the nation of Israel, the whole nation, upon the head of the scapegoat. How in the world was they able to do that? Because they was linked to God. And don't get it misconstrued. On Yom Kippur, the same sins that I did the day before, it's still on you. You know why? In these times. Because we don't have a high priest to confess our sins upon the head of the scapegoat. The nation didn't confess. No. The high priest confessed the sins of the nation of Israel upon the scapegoat. And it was a transformation that he transferred the sins upon the head of the scapegoat. Then the scapegoat was let loose by a fit man into the wilderness. You can't eat that goat. And then when he come back from letting go that goat, guess what he got to do? He got to wash, because all those sin is what makes you unclean. Sin is like a germ. It spreads. That's what makes you unclean. And he had to go wash. And if I'm not mistaken, he had to wash his clothes too. But don't get it confused, man, and misconstrued, man. On Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement, right? We fasted. That's the only way to afflict your spirit. Your soul is your spirit. You can't afflict your spirit no other way. You had to fast to afflict your spirit. That's why when you fast and you restrain from eating, your spirit, your spirit levels up. Your spirit is uplifted. You may be hungry and weak, but your spirit is up. The spirit fasting strengthens your spirit and it picks it up. The body is weak, but the spirit is up. The spirit is up. And you're on point, and you're more on point with yourself. You're more on point with your surroundings. You're more on point with God. I don't wait until Yom Kippur to fast, man. We need to incorporate more fasting within ourselves. And that's what I do, man.
That's
Why?
right.
Because I and us, we need to be better with God. And we need to be more on point with ourselves. Fasting helps.
Oh yeah.
Tom sheet.
And Moses, verse 17. Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy, and God hath given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation.
So God gave it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation.
To make an atonement
to make an atonement for them
before the Lord.
Before the Lord.
Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy place as I commanded. And Aaron said unto Moses,
Aaron stepped in.
Behold, this day have they offered
this
their
day
sin
have they offered their sin offering
and their burnt offering
before the Lord.
And such days have
things have befallen me. You know what he said, man? This day they offered up before God. He said, such things have befallen me, man. You see what happened? What happened? His 2 sons is dead. Yeah, I lost Nadab and Abihu, man. My sons is dead. He said, look what befell me. What took place? Which means sometimes you may be saying the right thing, but then you got to look at the situation that transpired. You got to look at the situation that transpired and come a little easy. Come easy. Yeah, you're right in what you're saying. But ease up, man. I'm hurting. I just lost my sons. And that situation you can fit now, today. That is the mind frame that we need to start to acquire. You may be right in what you're saying, but look what took place. Somebody just got shot. And you want to talk about whatever you're talking about, but something you got to back up.
You didn't take that loss.
You got to back up. You didn't take that loss. That other person did. So back up a little bit. Have some type of consideration.
Yeah, consideration.
Tom sheet.
And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? And when Moses heard that, he was content.
When Moses heard it, he agreed. He said, man, if they ate that, God wouldn't accept it because the beginning of how it was brought up wasn't accepted. So God not going to accept that. Let's go to Psalms. Psalms 12. Psalms chapter 12. Got it? Psalms chapter 12. Time sheet.
Help, Lord, for the godly man ceaseth.
Help, Lord, for the godly man ceaseth. There is no man that's godly today. So I need the help of God.
No mercy.
That's the high priest.
So help, right? So if we truly believe God helped you, then why is it so hard to return the favor to God? If we truly believe that God helped us and God was in this, then why is it so hard to return the favor back to God by honoring his laws, commandments, and statutes? Why? Tom C. Now, hold on. And how do we return the favor back to God? By being obedient to God, by doing his laws.
For the faithful fail.
And to do that, you need to have a conscience. To do that and to recognize that, you will only recognize that if you have a conscience. What is a conscience? When a person has a conscience, he recognizes. He recognizes the good that you have done for them, and he feels obligated to return the favor back. He feels obligated to return that favor back. So we got to feel, where's the obligation to return the good or the favor back to God by honoring and being obedient to God?
Right.
Where is that at? Because we all been through things where God had to interfere. Right?
On your behalf.
That's right. Tom C.
For the faithful fail from among the children of men.
For the faithful fail, for what? Among what?
Among the children
Among the children of men.
What do you mean by faithful? You mean to tell me there's no man that's faithful today? What is faithful? What do you mean by faithful? The word faithful in the Hebrew is kasid. Het samek yod dalet. It means faithful. It means merciful. It means benevolent. Huh? What is benevolent? Benevolent means having a desire to do good.
Period.
Having a desire to do good. We're not benevolent.
No.
We conjured up and stir up desires within us to do things that's evil.
Negroes sin presumptuously.
I said we stir up desires within us to do things that is evil. That's why people steal. That's why I will plot on you and murder you. That's why I will rob you. That's why we do things like that, because we don't have the desire in us to do good.
That's why I eat blood and fat.
That's why you eat blood and fat.
Yeah.
Huh? So mercy. Mercy is compassionate. Huh? To provide relief. You know what that means? To provide relief. You know what provide relief means? I'm stressed out. I'm stressed. And by me being stressed, and I'm aggravated. You're not gonna come and add on to aggravate me more.
No, I'm running away, man.
When a person that is merciful, I will try to relieve you from whatever you're stressed from. By telling you soothing words, talking about other things, talking about the other, or I may be able to help to soothe your situation that you're in. Time sheet. No, hold up. Faithful now. Faithful. Go ahead, time sheet, read.
Verse 2.
Verse
They
2.
speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor.
They speak vanity, everyone to who?
With his neighbor.
With his neighbor. So faithful means what? To be loyal to God. To remain loyal and steadfast with God. To remain loyal and steadfast and reliable. I can be faithful to God. I can be faithful to my parents. Huh? I can be faithful to my wife. And my wife could be faithful to me. By what? By remaining loyal.
Talk about it, drama.
Loyalty is part of being faithful. If I'm loyal to you, I will not leave your side for whatever reason it is. If I'm loyal to you, I'm not going to think the worst about you.
Talk about it, drama.
Huh? That's loyalty. Being steadfast and reliable. I got to be able to trust you. All the time, not sometimes. I got to be able to trust you. Huh? Which means I can rely on you. Huh? Firm, meaning what? Unyielding, surface, unlikely to change. Huh?
Unlikely to change.
What are you firm for? You got to be firm for God.
That's right.
You got to be firm for God.
Only way.
Firm for my job.
You got to be firm for God.
Firm for my job.
Not because you're here means you change. Not because you're here means you change. Not because you're here means you change. Not because you're sitting here means you are here to serve God.
No.
Huh?
That don't mean that.
That don't mean that. Okay? Because this, you got to go through a bunch of proving grounds.
That's right.
God got to prove you. And God got to put you through certain things to prove your loyalty.
That's right.
God got to put you through certain things to prove if you're truly loyal to God and His laws. Huh? And so therefore, He used certain things. He used certain things, situations, to see how you handle it.
Yeah.
How you handle it, how you move, how much pressure can you take to serve God.
Yeah.
And He used that, knowing that this amount of pressure will cause them to move.
Yeah.
It'll budge them. Why do you think God allowed the adversary? And the adversary, on the norm, a person will curse God. On the norm, a person will depart and curse God. And that's why He said, listen, man, if you take everything from him,
he gonna curse you. He said, okay, but God knew Job. He said, all right, go ahead, but don't touch his life. Next thing, he killed all his kids, killed all his children, killed all his cattle. The tornado came and uproot. Everything went down. No more nothing. Then his wife came to him and said, why don't you curse God and die? In the Hebrew, it says barek. Barek don't mean curse. There's nowhere in the book where barek means to curse. Barek means to bless. She said, why don't you just bless God and go die? She said, oh, listen, woman, you speaking foolishly. You speaking like a foolish woman. He said, shall we receive good and not receive evil from God? You hear that? That's what he asked his wife.
It ain't gonna be smooth all the time.
It's not gonna be smooth all the time in life. And because it's not smooth for you in this time means, oh, God is with. No, that don't mean that. You're going to go through trials and tribulations in life. We're going to go through rocky roads sometimes. And then sometimes when you pass the rocky road, it smooths out. That's why God said, always prepare.
Always be ready.
When things is going right. Believe me, I learned. I learned. I had to learn the hard way. There's going to come a time when things is moving right with you. And while it's moving right, you better be stashing for a rainy day.
Be prepared.
You better stash for a rainy day and be prepared for when tornadoes and hurricanes and that rocky road come up.
That's right.
Now I got something stashed to hold myself down until this here shall pass too. You got to realize these things, man. You got to realize these things. And that's what he told his wife. He said, shall we receive good and not evil from God?
Right.
No. Stable.
Not back and forth.
Not fluctuating. Not shifting back and forth. Not moving back and forth. 1 minute you good, next minute you're not good. 1 minute you good, next minute you're not good. We got to be stable with God. We got to be stable with our parents. We got to be stable with each other. 1 minute you cool with me, next week you mad, you angry. For what? We cool.
I don't even know why.
Huh? Faithful also means what? The definition of faithful is to be established.
Yeah.
And when you are established, to establish yourself in this, you have to be living this way for a while and not subjected to change.
Hold it down.
Takes time.
And it came to pass.
So that God could look at you and say, man, this guy's established. I
Abraham.
know he ain't going nowhere. Why? Because you got time in.
That's right.
You got time in.
That's right.
Huh? You wasn't a person that was in and out with God.
No.
2 months you in teachings. Next month you not in teachings. You not established. You got time in. Some of us just got. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Accepted and recognized by God, man. Top sheet, verse 2.
They speak vanity.
They
Everyone
speak
with his
vanity.
neighbor.
Huh? They speak vanity, excessive pride in oneself. Huh? That's self-conceit. That's patting yourself on the back.
Yeah, talk
Huh?
about
That's flatter. Right? Go ahead.
With flattering lips.
With flattering lips.
And with a
To
double
praise
heart.
excessively for your own motives and interests. What is your own motives? Your own motives is something that causes a person to react. Huh? Go ahead.
With flattering lips and with a double heart do they speak.
With flattering lips and with a double heart. What is a double heart? A double heart means what? To give a false misleading appearance to. By concealing your true motives. By concealing your true feelings.
Really
By concealing your true beliefs.
How you really feel.
Men and women are guilty in doing this.
Yes.
We conceal and hide certain things because I want to get to this. So I have to perceive and push and
gotta
give
play
a
a part.
false appearance
Play a part.
of myself. I better play a certain part, a certain role to trick you and to deceive you for me to get to that.
God won't.
That's a double art. That's a double art, man. Tom C.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips.
And the tongue that speaketh proud
and the
things.
tongue that speak proud things. Tom C.
Who have said, with our tongue will we prevail? Our lips.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips. Huh? The word for cut off is karet. Right? Karet means to extirpate. To extirpate means to wipe out. To extirpate means to pull up from the root, right? When you uproot something, it doesn't grow again. You know what that is, man? You know what that is? When God uproots you, when God uproot you, you ain't coming towards this no more.
That's right.
You ain't coming towards these laws and these commandments. That tree that's been uprooted will not grow again.
That's right.
It ain't gonna grow.
That's right.
There's no more growing because God done uprooted you. You're not coming towards this ever again.
That's right.
He said, the Lord shall cut off all flattering lips and the tongue that speak proudly. Who has said with our tongue? Who has said with our tongue, will we prevail? Our lips are our own. Who is the Lord over us? For the oppression. For the oppression of the poor. The word for oppression is shin dalit, kolam dalit, right? It means for the violence of the poor, for the robbery of the poor. We did the poor violence. We robbed the poor. Vile means extremely unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant, not amiable. Not amiable. You know what amiable is? Amiable is a person that avoids conflict and settle things in a peaceful manner.
Uh-oh.
That's deep, man.
Uh-oh.
That's deep because we are not that way.
Uh-oh.
I said we are not that way.
Uh-oh.
Our job is not to cause problems and stir up problems. And if there's a way to pacify it and calm everything down, those are godly traits.
Talk about it.
Those are the ways of God. I'm not gonna go and jumpstart and start problems
Talk about
because
it.
you're not amiable, right? An amiable person is a person that avoids conflict,
Right.
which means you're not gonna do and say anything.
Talk about it, John.
I'm not gonna do and say anything because if I do and say anything, then I'll be offending you.
Talk about it.
I'm gonna offend you, man. And you expect no repercussion to come from that?
Talk about it, John.
You expect no reaction to come from that? And then when there's a reaction, you complain about it.
Talk about it, John.
But you started it.
You started. You look at yeah.
But you the one that started it.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't have said or did what you did,
That's right.
it wouldn't have happened.
That's right.
This
Talk
wouldn't
about
have
it,
took
John.
place.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
And settle things in a peaceful manner.
Peaceful manner.
Peaceful manner.
Don't shoot the referee.
Talk about it.
Peaceful manner. Okay? Now, when we say things, and it also means causing discomfort, right? How do you cause discomfort? You cause discomfort with your actions and the things that you say, right? So when I cause discomfort with the things that I say, guess what?
I'm not happy.
I can bring your morale down.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't feel like
Huh? Your morale is your confidence.
Uh-oh.
I can say things to break your spirit.
Yeah.
I can say things to break your confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta be
And that's
careful
what we
with
like
the things that we say out of our mouths.
Previous words. Those are
Previous words.
That's right.
Discomfort means what? To make someone feel uneasy and embarrassed.
Oh, no good. Don't put nobody
Time
in the
sheet.
spot.
We at verse
5.
verse 5. Go ahead.
For the oppression of the poor
For the oppression of the
for
poor.
the sighing of the needy.
And the sighing of the needy.
Now will I arise. saith
Now
the
will
Lord.
I arise, saith the Lord.
I will set him in safety
For
from
the
him.
sighing of the poor. And the what?
Oppression of the
And
poor.
the,
And the sighing of
for
the
the
needy.
sighing of the needy. See, God gonna come out of his place for that. You gonna bring God out of his place. Because we do things not knowing that the things that I'm doing, you're oppressing this person.
Excellent.
We gotta be careful, and when we do things to oppress someone, God come out of his place. Because these are things that God hate and despise. He hate when a person is being oppressed. He hates to hear the sighing of the needy and the oppression of the poor, the cry of the widow. He stands up for these things. Tom Sheep. Now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. Verse 6.
The words of the Lord are pure words.
The words of God are pure words.
Right.
We need to realize that. We need
Stop
to read
this
that
assembly.
over and over.
Stop
Yeah.
this
And by
assembly.
us reading this over and over, you'll stop disagreeing with what God said.
That's right.
You'll stop disagreeing with what you read.
That's right.
Because everything that God said is pure.
Sure.
Everything that God said is clean. Everything that God said is right. It's law. Tom Sheets.
Right. As silver tried in a furnace of earth purified 7 times.
He said, as silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times.
Thou shalt keep them, O Lord.
Thou
Thou
shalt
shalt
keep
preserve them.
Thou shalt
from
keep
this
them, O
generation.
Lord. To keep means to guard. To keep means to watch or to preserve. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation. You know what that means?
This generation.
Which means God will not allow the one that he's keeping and guarding from. He's not going to allow you to get tainted with what's tainting these people.
Yeah.
He's not going to allow you to get tainted. He's not going to allow you to think and move like these people that you live among. Because God is guarding you now. Yeah. Tom Sheep.
The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted.
The wicked is in everything.
That's true.
The wicked person is in everything. So let's go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha.
Please, yes.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12. Gonna hit a few verses here.
Scroll
You got it?
Got it.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 in the Apocrypha. Tom Sheep.
When thou wilt do good,
When thou would do good,
know to who thou doest it.
know to who you doing good to. You can't do good to everybody.
Oh yeah.
I can't be good to everybody.
Oh yeah.
I can't be generous to everybody.
on.
And if you run into a person that you can't do good to, then guess what? I gotta put separation. I gotta be distance. I gotta put distance between me and you. Tom Sheep. Know to whom thou doest good to.
So shalt thou be thanked by thy benefits.
So that you can be thanked for the things that you have done. Go ahead, read.
Do good to the godly man.
Do good to the godly man. Who is the godly? Who is the godly man? The godly man follows after the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. That's godliness. That's the definition of a godly man. That's the definition of a godly and righteous woman that follows after the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. If you're not following after these laws, commandments, and statutes, after the ways of God, then you're not godly.
Yeah,
you're not righteous.
Say it
You're
again.
not a good man.
Say it
You're
again.
not a good woman.
Say it again.
A good woman and a good man follows the ways of God.
That's
Follow
it.
this.
That's it.
Yeah.
Talk
Tom
about
Sheep.
that.
And thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, yet from the Most High.
A recompense is a repayment.
From a godly man.
A repayment for the good that you have done. And if he didn't give you a repayment, God gonna repay you. God gonna repay
That's
you.
right.
Tom Sheep.
That's right. There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil.
There is no good that can come to a person that's always occupied in evil. There is no good that can come to a person that's always occupied in sin and iniquity and doing things
Don't
that
expect-
God hate and
don't
despise.
expect-
Talk about it, drama.
Don't
Tom
expect
Sheep.
good.
Nor to him that giveth no alms.
Give to the godly man and help not a sinner.
Give to the godly man and don't help the sinner.
Oh, man.
Give to the godly man and don't help the sinner. The only thing that we should be doing to sinners is feeding them. That's it. God said if you feed the wicked man, he said he will heap hot coals upon his head. So that's all you can get from me is food.
You ain't get no money.
How do you determine or how would you be able to tell who's the sinner? Who served God?
That's right.
That's who the sinner is.
That's right.
If you don't serve God, you're a sinner.
You're a sinner.
If you don't serve God, you're wicked.
Talk about it.
If you don't serve God, you're evil. Sometimes you have people that serve God. I can't say that. I can't say
break it
that.
down right,
Because to serve God is to comply to the commandments of
That's
God.
right.
Evil.
Agree with the commandments of
Not
God.
with one or two.
Okay?
Yeah.
Not with one and two. And when you agree with the commandments of God, that's not evil.
Yeah.
You don't, that's not evil.
That's righteous.
That's
Talk about it,
righteousness.
man.
Now, I can comply to the commandments of God and still sin
And do an evil thing.
and do an evil thing. I can still comply and acknowledge and do things. And God said, listen, man, he said, there's still gonna come a time when you're gonna mess up.
That's right.
There's still gonna come a time when you slip. But the thing is, God never pushed us away. He recognized that it was just a slip.
Never push us away.
But you don't recognize that it was just a slip.
Yeah.
You just messed up. I slipped up a little bit, and you hold that over a person's head for life.
For life.
That's why I love my God.
You say it again, man.
That's why I love my God. You know why? Because when I mess up, God don't hold that over my
That's
head.
right.
I make corrections. I make the corrections, the necessary corrections within myself to be better. And then God, guess what? He'll forget that.
That's
He
right.
said, you know what? You doing better now. He said, you know what? I ain't gonna hold this over your head.
That's
He
right.
said, I forgot that. But you won't forget.
That's right.
I'm trying to do better. I want to do
I
better.
don't even do this thing.
But you won't forget it.
Talk about it, man. You won't forget 20 years ago. You damn fool.
Come on, man. Let's read.
Hang ups.
We can't keep hanging. We can't be that way, man. You know why we can't be that way? Because God ain't that way.
Yeah.
God is not that way. And God gave us a commandment and told us to be holy because the Lord your God is holy. Be like unto the Creator.
Talk about it.
Tom Shee.
Do well unto him that is lowly. But
Do
give
well
not-
unto him. What verse is that?
Verse 5.
Do well unto him that is lowly. What is lowly? Humble. Do good to him that's humble. There's a certain manner that comes with a person that's humble.
Yeah.
No problem.
Huh? There's a certain manner or certain ways or behavior that comes with a lowly spirit.
Yeah.
Because if you're not humble, you can't serve God.
That's right.
Pride sets in.
That's right.
Tom Shee.
But do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly.
Don't give nothing to the ungodly.
Hold back thy bread.
Hold back thy bread.
And give it not unto him,
And don't give him nothing.
lest he overmaster thee thereby.
Lest he used that against you. When you give to the ungodly man or the ungodly person that you give to, use whatever you give them to overmaster you, to take over. Tom Shee.
For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good that thou shalt have done unto him.
You see what happened? He said, if you give to this ungodly man, you're going to receive twice as much evil. Huh? Tom Shee.
For the Most High hated sinners.
God hates sinners. God hates the transgressor. Tom Shee.
And will repay vengeance unto the ungodly.
Will repay vengeance unto the ungodly. Tom
And
Shee.
keep it them against the mighty day of their
Keep them
punishment.
against the mighty day of their punishment. Tom Shee.
Give unto the good.
Give unto the good.
And help not the sinner.
Help not the sinner.
A friend cannot be known in
When
prosperity.
things is going good, the friend is never going to be known.
You ain't gonna know
Because
yourself.
I'm prosperous right now. And
Everybody's
everybody's
your
doing
friend.
good. And I have a million
Everybody's
friends.
your friend.
But you know who are your friends when all that money is gone.
Oh yeah.
When that money is
Oh,
gone and you
yeah.
ain't got
Gotta
nothing,
go to the
now you will be able to see,
Gotta go
wow,
back.
I only got one friend that stuck by me and I ain't had nothing. That's your real friend. Because we got friends that stick by for a reason. In the season.
They're only there to pat you on the
Tom
back.
Shee.
But in his adversity, even a friend will depart. Never trust thine enemies. For like
Never
as
trust thine enemies.
For like as iron
For like
rusted,
as iron rusted,
so is his wickedness.
you know what that
It's
is?
gonna go down.
When iron rusts, there's different stages when iron rusts.
Yeah.
Sometimes it rusts and they keep, which means the wickedness increases. And it gets
Like the
embedded, it gets embedded into your soul.
Y'all understand that?
Huh? It's compared to a rusted iron.
No good.
The iron don't have a small spot of rust. You come back next week, the rust starts to spread.
It's a part of the iron.
You come back 2 weeks, the rust spreads until the whole thing is rusted. Same thing like wickedness. Wickedness spreads.
That's right.
Righteousness can spread too.
That's right.
Tom, see?
Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
Don't get deceived by this evil sucker
Like
humbling himself like he really mean it.
Yeah.
He's humbling himself, but he's humbling himself being deceptive.
That's right.
Be careful, Tom C.
Yet take good heed and beware of him.
Beware of him.
And thou shalt be unto him as thou hadst wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away.
You'll be able to see it.
That's right.
You'll be able to see through him humbling himself. You'll see that it's just game.
That's right.
You'll see that it's just game. He's just capping.
Yeah.
Because people do things and they cry. Man, I had a brother. Listen, man, I had a brother. Right? I had a brother. Not my blood biological brother, but it was a brother because we served the same God, man. And this God that we trusted was doing things behind our back. My father told me, he said, hey, listen. He said, there's no need to sneak around with my daughter. Let her finish school. Huh? He said, let her finish school, man. He said, when she finished school, you can marry her. The brother still snuck around after we trusted him.
A brother in Israel.
A brother in Israel. Still snuck around after we trusted him.
That's right.
And then he cried. He cried and cried and humbled himself.
And it was all
fake.
Yeah, it was all fake.
It was all lies.
It
was all cat. That's why you can't believe when people start crying and humbling. You can't believe all that. Show it in your actions.
Show it in your actions. That's right.
Time sheet.
When he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words.
He gonna replace you.
That's why he's there.
He's there to kick you out of the throne and replace you. So he starts setting you up and doing certain things, and then once he get a chance to seep into your spot, he got it. As soon as the seat is empty. Tom C.
And thou at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent, or any such?
Who's gonna have pity against a charmer?
Nobody.
The charmer is the person that he's able to charm the serpent and the serpent come up. But the same charmer got bitten by the same snake that he's charming.
Nobody gonna feel sorry for him.
I'm not gonna feel sorry. Nobody told you go messing around with that snake.
Snakes bite.
Verse 14.
So one that goeth to a sinner and is defiled with him in his sins, who will pity?
Who will pity? Exactly.
For a while he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry.
He ain't gonna tarry. Birds of a feather flock together. You hanging with a sinner because that's who you are. And then when he begins to fall, you run off.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Read.
An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit.
An enemy speak good with his mouth. He speak real good with his mouth. But in the back of his mind, he's only speaking this to dethrone you, to cast you down. He wants you to put your guard down so he can seep in. Tom C.
And he will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. that though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee.
That's devious,
Yo,
man.
now.
Those are devious people.
This happens now.
Front like I'm helping you, but I'm not really there to help you. I'm here to cast you down.
Waiting for the right time.
I'm waiting for the right time to bring you down. And that's the mindset of the people today. Our forefathers did not have this mindset. They didn't think like that, man. They didn't move that way. But yet we want God to accept us. We got to change our ways for God to accept us, man. We got to change our ways according to the ways of God, according to the ways of our forefathers. Tom C.
He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
I'm
Shalom.
going to call the next speaker, Chief MD, Chief Mika Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to prince men, chief men, mothers of Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of the tongue of all forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Mika.
At this moment, I will ask you to rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, is a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
and to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love
and
me.
keep my commandments.
keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6
days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
Nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the midst.
the sea and all that in the midst.
The rest is the 7th day.
The rest is the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit
Thou
adultery.
shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's
Thou
house.
shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor his
maidservant,
maidservant,
nor his
nor
maidservant,
his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed it sort of far off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
We're going to move straight ahead now. 1 Samuel chapter 4. You know what? Let's go to 3. Go to 3, chapter 3. Let's start from.
What book?
Start from 1 Samuel chapter 3. Start from verse 17. All right, we have verse 17, 1 Samuel chapter 3.
1 Samuel. Chapter 3. Verse 17.
Yes.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 17. And he said, what is the thing that the Lord has said unto thee? I pray thee, hide it not from me. God do so to thee, and more also, if thou hide anything from me, of all the things that he said unto thee.
That's Eli talking to little Samuel,
Yeah.
little child Samuel, little dude. He's not even 10.
Yeah.
It's a little dude, and God is already talking to him.
Yeah.
Okay? That means his spirit was pure and
Yeah.
holy enough
That's right.
that God said, I ain't got to wait till he become a man.
That's
I
right.
can come to him now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's being brought up under Eli. He was being brought up under a true priest of God. So he's going to get things and learn at a different and faster rate than the people.
Right.
He's going to learn at a different and faster rate than that child over there or that child over there,
Right.
because this is what he's around every day. So what you have your children around every day is where their heart is going to be at.
That's right.
If you want them to go a certain way, you got to feed them this. You got to feed them this. All that other stuff on TV, it's going to steer them the other way.
Automatically.
Everything. It's
Literally.
going to steer them the other way.
Yeah.
Because what's on TV, we're adults. We know the game. They don't. They don't. They watch us, then they watch TV. And they see the same thing. They hear the same words that come out of our mouth, and they see the same thing on TV. They see the same action. They see the same action. So you got to be careful with that. Because this guy, little Samuel, was given up from soon as his mother weaned him, and he don't need to be breastfed no more.
Right.
He don't need the service of his mother, a female, because there was no females where Eli is at. There's no females in the tabernacle of the congregation.
Right.
It's all priests.
Much less speakers.
Okay? That's all that's there.
Right.
So that's what he grew up around. So now God is calling him. And what he said, I prayed thee, how did I? He said, tell me the thing. He said, God is calling you. God is calling you. He perceived it. God keep it. You know what? God, tell me what God told you last night.
That's
You know why? Because he knows the pattern.
Uh-huh.
He know how it go. I know. Look, I know God spoke to you because from the very first time, ain't no ghosts in here. Ain't no evil spirits in the tabernacle.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's going down is God and angels.
That's right.
So automatically he said, yo, what did God tell you last night? Tell me everything or whatever. Or he going to do more and so to you. What he told you, he going to do it to you. If you don't tell me what he said the night before.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel
told him
remember,
everything.
this is a child.
Child.
You don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
This is his introduction to God
Mm-hmm.
personally, because his mommy and daddy wasn't there to tell him about the Most High God. And the Most High God said, "Thou shalt not." And then, so now he getting a personal introduction. Jamshi.
And Samuel told him every whit
Uh-huh.
and hid nothing from him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, "It is the Lord. Let him do what seemeth good."
Now,
Seemeth him good.
what he told him was what God told him the night before, the prophesy to Eli.
Right.
Because of what Eli's sons are doing, okay,
With the offerings.
with the offerings. They're not following the procedure of the offerings.
Right.
They don't they get a part to eat.
Yeah.
And the part that they're eating is raw. So the guy, the other priests, is other priests in there, but they have jurisdiction over those priests because their father's the high priest.
Mhm.
So they told him, "Man, give it me raw. I'm gonna take it by force. I'm gonna put my hands on you." So they had to give it to him. That's what set it off. And when the young virgins was coming in, see, after a woman is on a period back then, when she's finished with her nida, she don't count on her days, and she's clean before God. They bring up an offering, right? And these women were virgins. They haven't been with no man yet.
Right.
And these guys were taking them. When they come with the offering, they say, "Man, give me that. Put that offering down. Come in this room here, the back room."
There was the
They
foul.
had a secret room, and they would go there, have sex with them, and take their virginities, and then send them off. So we can see that all over here. They didn't have sex unless they were married. A woman ain't giving up. If she give her virginity to you, she in her head, "I'm his wife.
Right.
That's my husband."
Right.
Or else the book is lying, and it's not.
That's right.
Some sheep.
The book will never.
And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and did let none of his words fall to the
So
ground.
every time Samuel prophesied, right, the people saw, wow, everything, anytime he said, "Thus saith the Lord," it happens. So the rep of Samuel is a true prophet of God, came with it. It came with it. Oh, yeah. It came with it. You understand? So God grew with him. He said, "Let him do what he let none of his words fall to the ground." None of his words ever fell to the ground. Because back then, some guys try to fake like they were prophets.
Right.
You got guys that say they kings, and he wasn't kings. You got guys that said they were prophets, they wasn't prophets. Okay? Nobody back then could say he was a priest.
That's right.
You couldn't fake that. You couldn't even, you know why? There's a consecration that comes with it. There's a procedure that comes with you becoming a priest. That we don't have the place. The place is not there. That's number one. The consecration is done in the place that the Lord chooses to place his name in. Y'all understand that?
Right.
The tabernacle of the congregation is where Aaron got consecrated.
Right.
That's where you get consecrated at. Show me a place that God has chosen to place his name, where everybody goes and take their sacrifices to get atoned for, and show me it said 85 priests came out of the temple and told this guy, no, you can't come up in here. 85 priests. That's all you're going to see up in there. When Athaliah went up in there messing around, you know who took care of her? Priests. That's all that's in there, in that temple or the tent of meeting. Nobody else can't go in there unless you are ordained by God to be a priest and have been consecrated. And then after that, you are under the high priest. There is only one high priest. There can only be one high priest.
That's it.
In his lifetime.
That's it.
Okay? And do you know priests, Kohens, they don't die with the holy robes on them. They don't die with the breastplate on them.
You gotta take that off.
All that stuff, before they die, they take it off.
You gotta take that
Pass
off.
it to the successor, which 9 times out of 10 is one of his sons.
That's right.
That's why God blessed these men to have sons. You see what? Judah said, go in there and go in and have a son. She wound up having 2 boys. Okay? So it's passed down to him now. He put those on. that's the procedure that I seen happen with Aaron. God ain't gonna let, because once you die, our bodies become defiled automatically. It's a dead body, right? And those holy things that's on that dead body will be corrupt. God don't let it happen like that. That's why he told me, so, all right, Aaron, take those off. You have to take everything off. Give it to, what was it, Eleazar?
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, go up in the mountain and die. You know what he had to do? Climb the mountain.
Mm.
It took a while to get to the top where caves is at.
That's right.
Because up in those mountains, there are caves. You go up, then you go in. And he found a nice spot up in there, deep in the cave.
Mm.
He lied down, and the spirit left from him.
Mm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's how Aaron left here.
You know?
No high priest, no priest gonna die with none of those things on him.
Those holy apparel. That holy
So that's why we try to teach that there are no branch of Kohanes today. God did away with that in the prophecy. You know why? He said, yo, man, after a while, the priests had to leave and go out there and work. Because the people not bringing nothing in no more because they don't serve God no more. They serve him, her, that, they, stocks of wood, all types of stuff. The sun, the moon, the stars, themselves, their children. They even made their children's God. You know that, right? That's right. That's where you get Cupid from. Don't you know Cupid is a god of the people, the god of love? That's why anytime they tell you about this guy that's not a saint, okay, Mr. Valentine. All of a sudden, he is the symbol of all love. No. And when they got little babies with wings and Pampers, what do you do with a pamper on? Why is the pamper there? So you can use the bathroom. So you got all these stink little kids. They're all white. We ain't got no blacks. They're all white with wings, hitting you with an arrow. All that is devilism. That's all that come from out of devil worship. You know what those little things are really? They're called satyrs, which are little demons, aka goblins.
That's right.
Ghouls. I don't even know what you're following. You don't know what you're following, man. That's why God said, look, man, leave all those things alone. Right? And for those who came from there, you can't go back. Don't sit down and think of the good times that you had when you used to celebrate this day. You understand what I'm saying? That's going to make you go back because that means you still missing. You can't sit there and dwell on these things, man. Verse 20, and all Israel from Dan even to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Lord. Now, go to the next chapter. Now, remember,
Chapter 4?
Yeah. Now, remember now, Eli's sons did not hearken when their father, not God, their father, the same one that told Judah was his father. He said, go in, and he didn't do what his father told him to do. Right or wrong?
Right.
His father told him to do that. Judah told him, go in there and do that. He said, well, I got another idea. And that's where we mess up at. Our parents tell us to do something. They tell us to do it, and they tell us how to do it. They tell us what they expect. The same way God said, these are the requirements that I expect from you. So what are the requirements? What do I have to do to say, okay, I serve the true and living God? There are certain things that I have to do.
Yeah.
So there are certain things you have to do to fulfill the requirements of mommy and daddy. The people we love so much but like to criticize and don't like listening to. Yeah. I hear people criticize their parents, man.
It's sad.
And then you got some people that have abandonment issues. That's what they call it. My daddy wasn't there. My mother wasn't there. Now let me tell you something. You're going to wind up doing the same thing he did. thinking like that? Are you having babies? And you're married? Think about it. You're repeating the same cycle. You can't be mad at nothing that your parents did. They didn't kill you. Your father didn't release you in a bag and throw you in the garbage when he was done.
Facts.
How about that one?
What you could have done.
How about that one?
Instead of putting you into that female.
He could have did what Onan did and let it spill on the floor.
Yeah. Talking
How
about.
about that? You didn't think about that?
Talking about.
Look, and I tell this to people. You got people who grow with this thing, my man. They have a thing against their mother or their father, but most of the time it's the father.
It's the father. And
most of the time it's the father.
And the mother coached them on hating the father.
And the mothers never tell them, yo, that's your father.
This how you do.
Because me as a father, I had discrepancies with my kid's mother. But one thing I tell my children, hey, that's your mother. Yeah. I don't care how much you see me and her, how I hate her. She hated mine. Your business.
That's facts.
Because you're going to have a husband soon. And you're going to have a wife soon. Mind your business. You're going to have children soon. And you're going to tell your children, yo, do this. And they're going to tell you, they're going to show you, they're going to do their own thing. And you're not going to like it. What you gave your mother and father, your children going to give you triple.
Man.
Double.
Triple is more. Double is two, triple is this. I gave them double trouble. So I'm going to get triple trouble.
That's right. That's how it goes.
You'll see. And then later on, you're going to look back and say, damn, I did the same thing that's being done to me now, and I don't like it.
That's right.
And I want to kill them.
That's right.
You didn't get killed. So stop looking at your mothers and your fathers and their life that they had before they made you mind your business.
That's right.
Because that's what's keeping you from honoring them.
That's right.
Like I said, he could have put you somewhere where you don't belong, where it's not supposed to put you. Y'all understand that? Do you understand that? You could have been spilt on an alley floor.
Could have been in a jail cell.
In a jail cell, in sheets, in a strip club.
Talking about stuck in a room in a jail cell.
Okay?
You want to hit your father.
You got to really think about that. You got to think about one thing. At one time, they loved each other because I'm here.
That's right.
I'm here. And look, it wasn't just me. I got brothers and sisters. So, hey, they probably got a love and hate thing. I got to leave that alone.
Talk about it, man.
I got to leave that alone. All right? You don't know what was going on before you got here. Leave these things alone. That's why I say honor. This is what honor does. It makes you say, forget about that stuff. I'm going to keep the way I'm supposed to be with my father.
Yeah.
Everybody, they got this thing where, oh, he did this to my mom, and he did this to my mom. Yo, I'm not speaking up for everybody, and I'm not putting everybody down, but you have bad women and bad men. And sometimes the woman push men buttons. And sometimes the men push women buttons.
Yeah.
And most women do erratic stuff. It's wrong, but it was erratic. She got pushed. And a lot of times the man gets pushed.
Yeah.
You're not there to see it. But when you get a woman, you will understand.
You will understand.
That's what I told my son. When you get yours, and guess what? He came to me years later. He said, yo, Alva, I understand. He didn't come and say, yo, remember? He said, Alva, I understand. With tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
He said, I told you, man.
Yeah.
I said, I told you, man.
Yeah.
I said, why do you think I ain't beat you for certain things you did? The reason why I ain't beat you for certain things you did, because I did it.
Yeah.
And I did it more than you. You ain't nothing.
Yeah.
That's why I have mercy on you. So pipe down with your daddies, man.
That's right.
Y'all don't know what men got to go through. Do y'all hear the punishments that was put on Adam?
That's right.
And the punishments that was put on Eve? And the punishments that was put on the snake?
Serpent.
And you got to live with that. It's not going to be smooth for the sons of Adam. Okay? You know what I mean by that? Today now, you got to till the ground. You got to work that ground. And it's not a guarantee that everything come up right.
Mhm.
And Adam, when he was there, he had to dig. He didn't need no cattle to plow. Thorns and thistles wasn't coming up. When he went to pick a rose, he didn't get pricked with a thorn. But then after they ate of that fruit that contained knowledge of good stuff and evil stuff, it set off. Y'all don't even know what it set off, man. Y'all don't even know what it set off. Look.
Tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Y'all don't even know what it set off. And it spread like a germ. And why you think Adam used to set up sacrifices? Why you think his son set up sacrifices? Because he told them, yo, me and your mother, we messed up. And we caused, by doing this and not listening to God, we caused sin to come upon the planet. And that's why you was born with it. So you gotta be, it's like you say sorry every day to God. The fasting, the praying, now, back then, the sacrifices. That say, God, I'm sorry, God. He ain't even mad with you no more. Sometimes you gotta go to your parents and say, hey, man, remember when I did this, I did it? I'm sorry I did that. You gotta bring them things up. You gotta bring those things up. Or sometimes they'll bring it up on you. So I remember when you said, oh, you ain't gotta worry about that. I ain't never doing that again. It goes that deep, man.
That's right.
It goes that deep. And these are the things that's gonna keep you
afloat.
Focus. And the world is outside of my tunnel. The world, stop following what people say and do. Stop following people's ideas and thoughts. We got to follow God's ideas, his thoughts, his ordinance. That's why he says, follow my ordinance, not Egypt. Let me tell y'all something. The way people live today, right, is the way Egypt lived. No different. They just had money and well gold. They were naked. They were naked. They wore see-through. Now you know that, right? The woman wore see-through. And the men wore a little mini skirt. A mini skirt. From here, from the waist to here. With a split. And you can see that through. And then they shave everything off their heads and then paint stuff on there. Don't that sound like today?
Today.
Shave this, shave that, boom, 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 and then pencil. And pen. Let me tell y'all, that is not the custom of people who serve God. Right. Now I'm seeing men painting their fingernails, walking around in curlers, like how the women do. You got too much femininity in you. And they like this. The women like that because it's easier to run you. They don't like men that serve God today. Because we live by certain standards that we don't go for. And when we voice it all in the store, people turn around and look at me and I say, yeah, because I don't serve the God y'all serve. That's why nobody like me around here. Because I hammer what they like. But when somebody come and ask me a question, hey man, when you do that, I say, well, I don't get into that because I don't eat that. Or this never happened because I don't do that. So I can't say because I don't do these things. I don't live this way. So my reaction ain't going to be the same as you because it don't happen to me.
That's right. Talk about it.
I live different.
I
think different. I eat different. I dress different. I do everything different. And I'm adding on more and more. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. When I get like this, for God, it gets deadly. It gets deadly. Because all you're going to try to do is shoot down what I'm saying or change my mind. That ain't going to happen, man. That ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. I program myself every day to serve God. Because I know that's what I was made to do. I was created by God to serve him. That is my goal. I don't care about this world. I don't care about elevating in careers and I don't care about that. That's not my goal. Because people reach that goal, then they die. Do they take any of that with them? No.
Talk about it.
You know what they take with them? What they did and what they didn't do according to the laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments of God Almighty.
Yeah, talk about it.
Yeah. People don't understand. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. I'll be hearing conversations, and I hear people telling people, they say, but, and you know, man, and I see the people, they're like, man, and that's why people run away from this, because you don't have no wins. You can't do what you want to do here. You can't come here and establish the rules the way you want. You can't come here and tell somebody who's been doing these commandments all their life that he's wrong. Oh, he's wrong. He don't go like that. You need to be quiet because you don't even understand the wickedness in you is making you say that.
Talk about it.
Because he don't want you to advance.
That's right.
If people see something that you can't see, you might learn and listen. Now, I can see what you can't see. I can feel what you can't feel. You might want to listen to me. I've been through this before. I know the pattern. I've been taught the pattern. I've been around the pattern. I've seen great men go through it. You might want to listen. You might want, oh, so I gotta win. I gotta have some money. I gotta have some money. Then you listen to me. I gotta have some money. Then everybody will listen. Don't go like that.
The money God.
It don't go like that. Time sheet.
1 Samuel chapter 4. And the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle and pitched beside Ebenezer.
You see a lot of churches got that name on it, right? You know why? Because that came from the Samaritans. When God allowed the Assyrian Shalmaneser to take the whole 10 tribe out to never come back, he took people from Babylon, he took people from Cutha, Hava, Sepharvaim. These places, they served the fire god. These places that I just mentioned, their God is a fire god and is the sun. And these are the type of people that came and replaced the Israelites. So they was in towns like Ebenezer. Okay? And that's why today you see people, you see churches, you see the Samaritans of the Ebenezer, you see, wow, man, that's in the Old Testament. That wasn't even mentioned in the New. But that's why. Because the Israelites were replaced by heathens. And that's why you have the heathens saying, oh, now we know about the new. And they're called Samaritans. Time sheet.
And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel. And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines.
He said they went to war with Israel, but Israel lost. Israel's not supposed to lose. If you're with God and God is with you, you're not supposed to lose. That's an automatic thing.
That's right.
That's why Joshua said, something's going on. And he said, yo, man, there's a curse within the camp. Somebody has something they ain't supposed to have amongst y'all. That's why y'all dying. Get up. Moses said, nope, y'all can't go out now. When I told y'all to go, y'all said y'all was scared. And I told y'all, God said, don't be scared. But y'all was scared. And then y'all spread it and said, well, look, man, those guys, we're like grasshoppers to those guys. That make this guy scared now. Now this guy's scared, okay? His woman looking at him, well, please don't go out there, baby. Everybody's scared now. Tell she.
And they slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men. And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore had the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines?
Why did we get hit up?
Why did we get hit?
You know what they say? What did we do? When they got back, they said, well, why did we get beat like that? We went to, when you go to war, you go to win. Listen, let me tell y'all something. When David went to war, none of his men died.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all know that?
That's right.
Everybody came back.
That's right.
That's called God being with you.
Because they were right with God. that God didn't see no iniquity in them. When God don't see no iniquity in them, he gonna fight for you.
That's right.
That's what Achior said.
Right.
He said, yo, they forgot. They threw away the laws of their fathers that their fathers introduced them to. Okay? You know what those gods and those laws that their fathers introduced? Abraham grew up as a heathen, y'all. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
He's the perfect example for everybody. He didn't know God all his life. Okay?
Right.
Well, God appeared to him and said, walk before me. Meaning, live a certain life that nobody else is living. Okay? While you are alive. And be perfect. People say you can't be perfect. Nobody's perfect. You can be perfect in a lot of things. But the best thing to be perfect in is with God. How you be perfect with God? You start doing laws, you don't stop. It's an advancement. What you used to do that's not correct before God, you stop. What you're supposed to do, you start. And you don't change that. Y'all hear me?
That's right.
You don't change it.
Yeah.
Talk about it. I've lost friends. I've lost family. A lot of friends. A lot of family. Some of my friends got killed in front of me.
Yes, sir.
Some of my friends died. One of my friends died in my Ima's arms.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, I can tell y'all about losing people.
Yes, sir.
I can tell y'all about how death sting. I can tell y'all. I don't look at my father's friends in their coffins that saw me as a child. And a lot of them did not die serving God.
That's right.
You know what everybody say?
What?
When they ain't serving God?
What?
I'm gonna come and teach you. Everybody does this. The first thing they look at, I'm gonna come and teach, I'm gonna come to Shabbat, I'm coming to Shabbat. Because they know that's the first step of recovery. Coming here, getting that spirit back on you, but when you're getting back into it.
It's a life recovery.
They don't come. They don't come. They never got to come, y'all. I'm letting y'all know through experience. All those brothers and sisters that said they're gonna come, and they can't come. They died.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends did not reconciliate and smooth out things with their parents. And they died that way.
Not good.
You don't want to die that way.
It's not good.
Right.
It's not good.
Look. One friend, we stopped doing, I said, man, you gotta stop doing that with your mother. Come to teachers. You start coming to teachers. Then one day he just stopped. Me and my mom are going to teachers. He's outside with the heathens hanging and swinging on. Guess what? He got caught up in some beef that happened out here. He died in my arms that night. If he came to teachers with us, like he always did, he would have had some type of reprieve. Yeah. I'm telling y'all to say, y'all ain't the first ones to come through here. It won't be the last.
Like a revolving door.
But don't be like everybody else, man.
Yeah.
Take heed. Stop disassembling. Stop being so ready to shoot everything down.
You talk about it, man. You talk about it, man. I serve God, man.
What you have to do is start digging into yourself and say, no, man. I serve God. What that brother's saying is right. What this brother's saying is right. Because he didn't make those words up. It's coming from the same book I'm reading right now.
I serve God.
I don't really have a problem with that teacher or this brother or this sister or this. I got a problem with me, and I don't want to stop. So every time I hear it, it's a problem. I gotta lash out in a certain way to make myself feel better because I feel offended because I'm a violator. That's how people think.
Right.
I watch people's actions. So what I would say, yo, before you say anything, let a person finish speaking. Let them finish. Let them do it. Get a conclusion first. You can't get at a person for intent. You don't know what was his intent. You don't know his intent when he do it. or when he say it.
Right. Right.
If that's the case, the man that was picking up sticks, you really don't know what he was picking up the sticks for. He died because he was picking up sticks. He was gathering. Search and gather is work. You read the book and you find out here a little, there a little. Oh wow, okay, this is how they did it. We deep in the prophecy now. And they see, oh wow, this is how they did it. This is what they did. This is how they fixed this. This is how they leavened their bread. When you read, it's to learn how the ancient lived.
Ancient path.
It says, seek ye the ancient
And when you
path.
find it,
Walk therein.
yeah.
People say when you people are finding it, stumbling on it, and they're running away from it.
Yeah.
Talk shit.
And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore had the Lord smitten us today before the
Because
Philistines?
this is not supposed to happen. We not supposed to be. We said we the children of God. We the ones that serve God. We made it, but we supposed to go out there, go to war with these people, and come back full capacity. We haven't lost nobody. That's why today people don't like war. That's why you got people protesting, because people are dying at a fast rate. So they're saying, what is the use of it? You go to war, this one going to war, and everybody dying. You just going to war to kill each other, process of elimination.
Yeah.
Because for Israel to go to war is for everybody to come back alive. Tarshish.
Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of
So no,
Shiloh
we gotta go get the ark.
unto us.
We gotta go get the ark. Okay? Because now that ark, God commanded them to make that ark.
Yeah.
Sometimes God himself come and sit on that ark. Okay? You got two cherubims, two angels, top-notch angels, bow
Cherubims.
to a space. They're not bowing to each other, but then whenever God come and sit there, it's called the mercy seats. Why is it called the mercy seat? Because when he was about to receive the confession of the children of Israel through the high priest, okay, it's mercy involved. That whole situation with him being able to get rid of the sins for the people, that's mercy. So his seat is the throne of eternity and mercy. All of that comes from him. Eternity comes from God. Y'all know that?
That's right.
God made eternity. Y'all don't even understand that. Tongue sheet.
When it cometh among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies.
Maybe we have the ark with us, you know. God won't let nothing happen to us if we got the ark with us. Tongue sheet.
So the people sent to Shiloh that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts.
Now, I'm going to show y'all what Chief Shema said earlier about symbolism. Okay? Because that ark is not God. But it is holy. It's a holy vessel.
Right.
Where God come and sit on.
Right.
That's all that's being done with it. And it has certain things inside of it as proof, evidence, witness, and testimony that God fed these people manna. Okay? And that rod, Aaron's rod, did bloom and blossom.
Yeah.
Almonds. Okay? Manna. Aaron's rod.
Aaron's rod.
One more thing.
I remember.
But these things are in there. And that's why people not going to find the ark today. Everybody who say, well, we found the ark, that is not the ark.
Found the ark.
I read that Jeremiah hid the ark. If Jeremiah hid the ark, nobody's going to find it. Archaeologists are not going to find it. They're going to be misled. Do y'all know Ethiopians have their own version of the ark? Right now. Yeah. You got Jewish people, Ethiopians, black Jews, different parts of the world that they have constructed their own ark. But that's not the ark of God.
Right.
Because if somebody touched that ark, what happens, Chief Shaman?
You're gonna die.
They die immediately. Uzael. He wasn't wicked. They don't say he was wicked.
Right.
He saw the ark falling, and in his head, I can't let the ark fall. And he went and grabbed it to save it, but he forgot the rules.
Yeah.
Nobody but out of the Gershonites can touch that.
Right.
And he died. And that's why David called that place Perez Uzzah.
Perez
the breaking forth of the God
breach.
broke forth the breach.
Breach of Uzzah.
The breach. We name things after
Certain
what we go through,
situations.
certain
Right.
situations. Oh, God did this. Well, I'm gonna name it, but this is the day that God did this.
Right.
Ooh. Do you get goose pimples when y'all talk about this?
Yeah, I always
I
do.
have goose pimples, man.
I always
Do y'all
do.
get animated? Yo, I'm gonna say something that I used to hear my father say. I wonder what everybody's thinking about. We be up here teaching. He said, because every brain, every mind is a universe of its own.
That's right.
Are you in tune?
No.
And I'm not talking about just here,
No.
in other camps.
No.
All those people sitting down there, what is on your mind?
A haircut. A haircut.
Because it ain't God. Because I don't see nobody following what God say.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
And when we talk about certain things, people get upset.
get mad. That's why I say
Chief
on-
Malak,
That's why I
when we
lean on.
talk about certain things, Israelites get upset.
That's why I lean on bald heads and Caesars.
Why you get upset when God said we ain't supposed to have nobody walking around here shaping, man?
Talking about. That's why I lean on. I lean on bald heads.
Jacob,
and Caesars.
Jacob took a stone, he took a rock, and he used it for a pillow.
Talking about.
You look, even with
Bald head. Weirdo.
with a short fro, you ain't gonna do it.
Yeah,
With a short fro, you're not gonna sleep on a rock.
Yeah, talk about
Anybody ever been camping? Anybody ever slept out in the woods? Okay? Well, then you really wouldn't know. That's why. You guys are modern city people. New York City Brooklynites. Y'all gotta know the ways of the ancients and how they lived. They
Yeah,
lived
talk
and they
about
were
it.
country people.
it. Yeah, talk about
They lived in the country. Even their cities were still country.
it. Yeah, talk about it, man.
Their cities got gates. Early in the morning, the gates open, and the
Talk
people
about
go out to the farms. The farmland is out there. Mostly everybody's out there. Mostly everybody's out there. That's the only job anybody got, to work in the field. There was no behind the desk job back then. There was no filing for taxes. 401k, 2013. Oh no, God was your 401k. They had it good. You didn't have to deal with a system of applications, jobs, this, that, motor vehicle, none of that. They didn't even have hospitals. We'll talk about my God. My God had everything correct. Those people were blessed for real. They didn't get cancer. They wasn't dying by diabetes. They weren't diabetic.
Fact.
They weren't diabetic.
Fact.
They didn't get cancer.
Fact.
They didn't get tuberculosis.
Fact.
They didn't walk around with diseases and all of that. They
Right.
weren't that type of people, man. God really blessed them. And by following his commandments is what kept them from getting diseases. This, that. Because now we finding out where a lot of disease come from. Most of it come from what you wear and what you eat. If you follow what God says, that's why they say the law is life. Most people dying, people are dying before they time because they don't live these commandments. You don't even, people are dying without knowing that they could live longer and have more time on this planet to get right before God.
That's right.
But there's no time. That's why the young ones don't have time to love or listen, because they are dead set on dying early.
That's right.
Because the one thing that they don't have no coverages is honoring of the parents. I noticed all the young men don't like either the father or mother.
That's right.
All young men. And I see some women too are like that. But not with their daddy too much. Girls, I notice, oh man, but your father, they still go and they be with their daddy. But the son, they be like, we gotta stop that.
Yeah.
You are just like your daddy.
That's right. Talk about
Stop it.
Talk
You
about
might learn something. Stop it. You don't write your mother off like that. Yeah, you don't write your mother off like that. It said, honor thy father first and thy mother. You can't honor your mother and don't honor your father. I honor your father, but I don't honor my mother. So because my mom's, I do it anyhow. This is where we messing up at. Judah told his son, go and do that thing there. He didn't do that thing there. And God killed him. If he'd have listened to his daddy and overcame how he felt, well, you know what? It's still my brother. Let me do what I'm about to say. Even though I feel a way about it. Even though I feel a way. Let me still go do it, man. And that feeling that I got is going to get pushed out because I'm doing it. This is how it works. But this is why we don't listen, because we don't do it. We don't hearken to what we are told to do. Hearken means to listen with the intent to do. Not just came. No, you came and do.
Yeah.
That's what hearken means.
Yeah.
Abraham said, oh, circumcised, solid. He went in the house, called all his servants, got line up, dudes, line up. What's going on? I'll explain it to you as we going on. Line up.
Yeah.
Go get me a sharp knife. They didn't have what they call that? They didn't get infections so quick. Josh, Zipporah said, oh man, let me hurry up and cut this boy foreskin. Well, God killed my husband. Whap. They didn't need, oh wait, it has to be sanitized. And we have to go, they took different people because they were with God. The stuff we got to look out for is because we wicked and we cursed. That's why marriages don't last, not even relationships. Let me tell you something about relationships. If you're not married, relationships is wicked and evil, and you're creating bastards when you get pregnant.
Say it again, man.
Am I right or wrong?
Say it again. Say it again. Say it
If you're not married and you're making babies, they are bastards. Even though the father's there, but he ain't your husband. He's just that baby daddy. I see where it comes from.
The world is full of
He's just that baby daddy, but he's not. Oh, my baby daddy. She ain't gonna say my husband.
The world is full of them.
So they said, well, sometimes I hear a woman say, yeah, my husband is over there. They say, husband, girl, you married? I don't see no ring. But in her head, she married. She said, no, that's my husband. Today, I hear a woman say that. For my Hebrew woman.
Yeah.
They said, no, that's my husband. And she don't have no ring. So what's up with Israelites?
Yeah. Talking, man.
You see that ring?
Talking, bro.
You see this?
Devilism.
That goes on here?
Talking.
Y'all need to read up about it to see where it comes from. It starts in Egypt. That ring is a wedding band, which stands for the band of the sun god. That ring symbolizes the sun. And that arch, which they call the chapel, symbolizes the sun. So anytime you wear that ring, you down with Jake.
That nigga on the cross. That's Jake.
Because that's how people get married under the banner of Jake. The whole world get married like that. Let me tell you something. All you need is the paper. I did some time up north. While I was there, my wife had to bring paper, not the ring, to show that I was married. The ring, for men to wear their ring, she got to come and show the marriage certificate. Told you, symbolism is not here. That ring symbolizes the sun god. Symbol means this stands for that. This thing that you see on his chest stands for this, or stands for that. The Shabbat is the sign, is the symbol. We live it. We're the only persons that live our symbol. Right. We're the only ones that live out the sign. He said, it shall be a sign between me and thee. Meaning, once you observe this day, you're under the banner. You are a living logo.
That's right.
I am the symbol of God. I live this. To live it is better than walking around with a patch of it.
That's right.
This don't mean nothing. Live it. Live it, man. live it, live it, live it, live it, and then die and go see your God.
That's right.
The correct way.
That's right.
With your head up. Hezekiah said, man, haven't I did all your commandments? I did all, yo. That's a heavy statement. He told God, didn't I do all your commandments? You know what that means? You know I did all your commandments. Why are you doing this to me, man? I don't want to go yet. And he did all his commandments.
Mm-hmm.
Some guys want to stick around a little longer. And he earned it. So God said, okay, here. 15. Look. By God setting the time of the sun back, it didn't affect time here. It only affected that man's timeline. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Science can't explain that. Time sheet.
So the people sent to Shiloh that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of the hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant.
Now remember what God told Samuel to tell Eli, you're gonna see that you're gonna know. This is the sign. Now see, God's signs, his signs, a lot of his signs are not good. It means something gonna happen. He said, this is the sign where you're gonna see what I'm saying is validated. Your two sons are gonna die one day. It's a very rare thing to happen. He said, both of them gonna die the same day. If they don't both die the same day, then what I'm saying ain't true. Eli knows what's gonna happen. You know what he said? You know what he said? After God told him all that, he said, the thing that the Lord has said is good. What I'm gonna say, I'm out of place. But I got nothing to say. I accept the correction and the punishment because I did do that. And that's where we gotta get our minds at. Admitting, acknowledging.
That's right.
Okay? Acknowledge to yourself. We ain't gotta confess to nobody.
Man up, Sean.
You ain't gotta go to no. Look, I don't even have to go to my father and confess to him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
In religion, it goes that way because that's a man-made thing. So the confession goes to a man, and that man holds those secrets over you and condemn you. The man, look, when God may give you mercy, the man condemn you.
Mm-hmm.
When God gives mercy, men don't. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
When God says destroy, men won't keep alive. When God say keep alive, men want to destroy. Backwards. Term sheet.
And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout.
They got happy. They're like, oh, the ark is here. Yeah, God is with us now. We're going to win. Term sheet.
So that the earth rang again. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews?
He said, yo, man, them Hebrews they're getting kind of riled up. It's a shout like, what got them so riled up over there, Tom sheet? Remember, they just got beat. When people get beat, when people lost, they're very quiet. They're very quiet. When the team loses, they're very quiet. One of them is kicking something, but everybody else is just, hey, we'll get them next time. So right now, they're like, why are those guys making noise like they won? What is going on in their camp, Tom sheet?
And they understood that the ark of the Lord was coming to the camp.
Now, you know, we got spies, we got scouts. Somebody came and said, yo, they just brought the ark of God in there. Now they don't heard about this ark of God. And they heard a lot of heathens used to think that their God is in the box. They used to think that the Most High is in the box. Remember, they don't know what Most High look like, and they know something that run everything or somebody that run everything is fighting for them. They knew this. So when they saw that ark come, they would get scared in times before. Time sheet.
And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? and they understood that the ark of the Lord was coming to the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, but they said, God is coming to the camp.
You see, they said God is here. Now, don't they serve idols? So, but they know who God is. Ain't no excuse for this world. They know. At some point in time, it comes to every individual. They ignore it. They know. They knew back then.
Everybody know.
They knew back then who God was. In the time of Jonah, Jonah's on a boat with nothing but heathens. They're going on a journey across the Mediterranean to Tarshish. Tarshish is what we call Spain today. All right? The ancient word for Spain in the ancient world was called Tarshish. And long story short, when they asked what God, they asked Jonah, who's your God? When he told them, they got scared. They threw the sticks away. They said, no, we don't need the sticks no more. It's you. You serve the God that's making this storm, because they know that their deity don't do that. You see, serving idols, that Jake stuff, all that stuff, is a way for the people to be who they want to be. It's a way for the people to do what they want to do without having to answer to nobody. You understand? That's what religion was made for, so that people don't have to answer to gods. That's why. Thank you.
And they said, woe unto us, for there had not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us.
They said, oh man, we're in trouble. This ain't never happened to us. And they know more likely something might happen. But they figuring that God is there. Thank
Woe unto us. Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods?
Look, because they know that if God is on you, nobody could deliver you out of God's hand. That's why he said that. They say, man, this is God that's doing this. He's coming to the camp. We're not going to win now. Tamshi.
These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. Be strong and quit yourselves like men. O ye Philistines.
That happened thousands of years ago. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
And these people still, they say, these people, they know about it. They say, who's going to deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods? These are gods that smoked the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. They said, man, this is the God here that hit Egypt up. All right? In the ancient world, after Egypt got hit up, the world was put on notice with who the Lord is. Everybody knew who God is from then on in. Because he said, I'm going to make my name fair. Everybody, what I do with you guys, the world going to look. They made movies out of it. They're making children's books and movies still out of what God did to Egypt.
That's right.
It was because of the promise he made to Abraham. That's the reason why I'm going to get you guys out. If I never had made that promise to Abraham, it would be nothing to remember to get you out. So, I say that to say this. In the time of Abraham, God told Abraham, I'm going to get your people going to be slaves in there, but there is a visitation. Meaning Egypt is due for a visitation. In the next 400 years, I am going to judge. He said in the next time, I will judge that nation. That's what he told Abraham. I said, look at this here. He told Abraham the whole blueprint. He said, so you know what? I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone. I'm gonna get your children and keep my promise by getting your children out, and at the same time, I'm going to hit them up. That's why God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Because if Pharaoh was already ready to give in. So God said, I got to harden his heart so he don't give in, so I could break him. Because the pride of Egypt was very high. You know that, right? People who don't serve God, their pride is the highest. Y'all know that, right? Yeah, it's the highest. But these guys know that what they serve is wood and stone. Tells you.
Be strong and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews.
You heard what he said? He said, be strong and act like men. Be men. For God's sake, be men. Stop crying. So what if they got something up in their camp? That's how we were supposed to be.
Right.
That's how we were supposed to be. The only thing we're supposed to fear is God.
Right.
We ain't even supposed to be afraid of the enemy. We're not supposed to be afraid of heathens. We're not supposed to be afraid of nothing they could do to you. God said, fear him and fear him only.
Yeah. My boss.
People fear their boss. People fear their wife. Look, men fear their wife more than their boss. What you talking about?
Yes, sir.
What you talking about?
Not all like yes, sir.
What you talking about? He didn't tell his boss, well, look, man, I'm gone. He ain't gonna tell his woman like that. He could go get another boss. Look, what? Don't tell my wife. What? If she find out?
Not all like yes, sir.
Look. I've seen some wives, they act more like the man's mother. The wife. Right or wrong. And I've seen the son's mother, the mother of the husband, she don't like it. She don't like that is getting ran by this woman. Women don't like that for their sons. No. That's why a lot of times they say, man, I don't like that girl you with. Because look, you know why? She not like me, your mother.
They try, man. When they see they can't run you, they call you a bad man.
Oh yeah, I've been called worse. I know.
You're a bad man.
You play ball,
Yeah.
You're a good man. Look, you shave and everything too. You're a well-groomed man. Do you know that's all part of it?
You play.
Y'all know that's all part of it? Yeah. God makes boys out of men, make men out of boys, and make women out of girls. This life that y'all see today don't make men out of boys. They make women out of boys. And they make men out of girls. They're making no girl, they're making your female, making our females, making our mothers, our sisters act like more men than we are. Yeah. And they want us to accept it and keep our mouth shut and play the woman role.
Yeah. Not over here, sir.
Now look. Every now and then I go in the kitchen. I say, hey, chill, Isha. I'm going here and pick something up. Right? But that's her job. That's her job. The same way it's my job to go out every day and bring in the money. Let's not get these things construed, man.
Yeah, talk about it, man.
It's feminizing our men. All the men are getting feminized, man.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk about it, man.
It's bad, man. Y'all know what
Talk about it, man.
Shaving and cutting your beard is the beginning
Of feminization.
Y'all don't even know that.
Bald-headed freaks.
Y'all don't know that, but y'all don't like to listen. Y'all want to listen to somebody who's going to give you he spoke a good sermon. Mm-hmm. And he brought, yeah, man, he uplifted and everything. Yo, you're not going to hear things that you like all the time. And I'm letting y'all know where these things come from. I'm a searcher. I search and find where it come from. That's what my father taught me. He called me and said, Mick, I want you to find out where this practice come from. Mm-hmm. Right or wrong?
The beginning of a man turning into a woman
is cutting of your
hair. Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you why. There are certain deities that are certain fake gods that are man and woman.
Yeah.
They're hermaphrodites.
Yeah. Talk about it, man.
Okay? One part of the year, the deity is a man. The next part of the year, the deity is a woman. Okay? It's good that religion is still being done right now in China amongst Asians. You have men in Asian theater that look like women. You got their face paint. You see how they in Japanese, they got the thing in it. All of that come from worship of dead gods. Y'all don't even know that arts, what we call arts, come from death worship, deity worship, sun, moon, and star worship. Y'all be surprised.
Yeah.
Look, the Oscars, acting, the theater, all of that stuff, drama, all that come from Greek theater of, I'm not gonna say the name of the deity. And what they did, the first play, first movie, was about the story of deities and how they were born and died and committed adultery and did all these crazy things. And this is what the people are telling you are gods, and that's what they serve. That's why the Most High told the children of Israel, when you get into that land, you see those Canaanites, you're going to be around the people called Canaanites. Kill them all. Kill them all. Because it is time for them to go. I made them, I created them, and now it is time for them to go. They are the worst people on this planet. They are the worst people on this planet. You feel me? They're the worst. God didn't kill the Moabites off like that. He didn't kill the Syrians. He didn't kill those Canaanites. First of all, you're going to live among them. No. Look. From Abraham, Isaac time, they did not want their sons marrying into Canaanites. There was something about those people, and I know that they got a curse on them from Noah. What Ham did, Ham is the one that did the violation. But he had sons. One of them was Canaan. It dropped on him because this one, Canaan, was going to grow up to be the most wickedest of all his brothers and have 7 more sons. That's where we get the Hittites, the Hivites, the Jebusites. All these guys came from one man called Canaan. And this is why when you read Leviticus 18, we went into that last week. They deal with a lot of incest. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
They deal with a lot of bestiality. They'll have sex with anything. They'll eat anything. That was the Canaanites' abominations that God did not like. And at the end of the chapter, he said, for all these abominations, the nations around about you do. He said, therefore, I need you to wipe all of them out. He said, now I don't want you to go and move in and start doing what they do. Remind me of what we just not too long read. So a man will undermine you and wait. And then when your seat is open, you sit right in your seat, right? God gave us the opening. He said, look, I'm going to remove these guys. You're going to move into their houses. Then what you got to destroy them. What we did, we kept them alive. We married into them. Mm-hmm. Our sons married their daughters. Their daughters married our sons. And there was a shift. Israel started becoming more like Canaan. And more Israelites started shaving. Because in order to serve those deities, all those deities, you got to shave. You got to get haircuts. Let me tell you something about the Caesar haircut. See the low fade? That haircut comes along with a dress wear. Okay? Boy, oh boy. You know what the dress wear is? You take the robe, take the same robe, hike it up. Hike it right here.
That's right.
And put a split in it. And then take this whole piece out.
That's right.
Take this whole piece out.
And
This whole piece out.
One nipple.
One nipple out. That's Romans. That's Greeks.
Yeah.
I told y'all a long time ago. They took the robes, t-shirts. You take a t-shirt, buy a big long t-shirt. That's what this is. All dress wear came from the robe. If you check, you will see. I don't have the time to explain all of this stuff. But if you check, you will see. Everybody took the robe because there was a time when everybody wore robes. If they served God or not, there was a time the whole world wore robes. And as people went off, they had their own mind of how they're going to design this robe. Some got it real tight like this. Robes are not tight. That's the geisha girl robe. This is the robe of the geisha girl from Japan. This is something they gotta walk like this. The woman in ours is flared out. Look, some woman in Israel robe is mine is more flared than theirs.
More flared than the skirt.
Way more flared. Gotta be mindful. I'm not supposed to see I'm not supposed to notice certain things when you walk.
That's right.
Woman, I'm not supposed to see certain things when you walk.
That's right.
Men, we don't wear a dress to reveal our bodies.
That's right.
And there's a lot of
What you
things,
doing,
man.
Sean?
You know why? Because people dress how they God look. Okay? Back then, that's how they dress. However the God looked, that's how the men patterned themselves. Yeah. So we gotta talk about culture.
Yeah, man.
You want to talk about custom? We really got to get into this, man.
That's facts, man.
Playing around, man. You ain't even start scratching the surface yet, man. Some of us said, man, since you ain't scratched the surface yet, boy, you'll never be finished. Die completing this. Time sheet. It said, these are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. 9. Verse 9.
Be strong and quit yourself like men, O you Philistines, and you be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been.
So, yo, don't do that. You're making yourselves weak. So what? They getting hype. Quit yourselves and be men, or else we're going to be servants to them like they were servants to us. I don't like that saying. Me personally, I don't like when I heard that Philistine saying that. We wasn't supposed to be their servants, man. They popping junk, man. They popping junk right now. Like, nah, man, we run it. They, in other words, they weak. If anybody gonna be servants, it's gonna be them. But the reason why, because they wasn't right with God.
That's right.
When you're not right with God, He didn't look down on you.
That's right.
He causes women, children, heathen, decrepit, corruptible people to treat you like they're better than you. But the reason why, because of my shortcomings, and that's what they told that kid. Is that the only reason why you're getting to do this to me, man? And you can go ahead, cut off. It's because of our sins before God.
Right.
We did nothing to you. We did nothing to you. Okay? We getting this punishment from God.
God.
As far as you are concerned,
That punishment gonna be greater than this.
were you going?
Yeah.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to get this back.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a tongue back. I'm going to get my hair. I'm going to get my same beard. Everything coming back. Where you going? Antiochus Epiphanes, the worst child of all your father's house.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about his father. His father's father. The whole line. He was the worst. They say he was the most evil. And never weak. Who God allowed to be subjected to him? Israel.
Right.
Why? Because we turned against God.
That's right.
Now you're going to prove yourself. You're going to die to prove that you serve God. Now you got to die. At that time, you got to die to prove that you serve God.
That's right. That's right. At that time.
I don't care what you wear, what you do, what you say, how much Shabbat you keep. We're going to put you in the position.
The position God put us in.
The position. Okay? To where, okay, you want to serve God? Or you going to serve that? No, I'm serving God. Kill him. So look, come here. You eat this. It's not even really unclean. It's goat. We took the blood out and everything. I'm still not eating it. Eleazar, old man, he said, man, no, I'm too old to start doing this. I never did this. I'm not gonna start doing that. Yeah, and then and look, and you only want me to do it so they can follow me. Nah, no, I'm not leading nobody astray. I don't care how mad y'all get. I'm gonna always tell y'all, you're not supposed to eat with the blood and that.
Talk about it.
You're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to do it. I'm gonna always tell y'all.
Talk about it.
I'm not gonna go. Look, I got enough sins on me that I caused on me to have your sins be responsible for your sins.
Talk about it.
I'm not gonna be the one to cause Israel to sin.
Talk about it.
That's a heavy. It's a heavy. You don't want that.
Talk about it.
That's why to be a teacher, to be a head of a household, and be this, all these big on it's not easy. It's not a light thing.
That's right.
It has to be taken seriously, man.
Right.
Because people are coming, they're looking at you as an example, and more, they're coming to see what you gotta say. They come in, whatever you tell them, that's what they're gonna go by. Sometimes they come to you to settle the difference between me and this brother. You know what? Not everybody here will come to you, because I know you ain't gonna take no side. We ain't going over here to him. No. We're not going to your man. We're not going to him. We're not going to this brother. We're not going to this brother. Don't take sides, and that's who you got to go to when you want to settle a difference. The one who is not going to take sides, and you can't be mad if you don't take your side. We got to stop that. We got to stop that. We got to judge each other. We don't have judges at no gates. Right or wrong? Right. There are our system is gone, y'all. Our government is gone. Our government then got overthrown back then. We had a government. You know who held the government down? The tribe of Judah. And that's where all our governors, that's where most judges, that's where the kings come out of, that's where the noblemen come out of. The government. And then we got the priesthood. The tribe of Levi covers the priesthood. Certain tribe, and that was the mainstay of Israel. Okay? The priesthood and the kingship work together. Levi and Judah work together.
That's right.
Everything that was established, that God established, he worked through those two tribes. Those two tribes mainly.
That's right.
He said, who shall go up before? Who's the first one to go up? Judah gonna go up. Judah take point. Judah come out first. Because the kings, all of the kings come from out of the Judah. That's why you see certain brothers, they walk around you. Look. If they could have you call them Balak, they would. Because he feel in his head, I'm out of Judah. Like my father said, I'm a Levi. I'm out of Levi. I'm the priesthood.
Right.
That's why he said, that's why I'm gonna do Levi was like this. Levi, I'm gonna be the same way.
That's right.
Levi was like this with God, I'm gonna be the same way.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, man. Because today we don't have no records of what tribe you came out of. You don't even know if you came out of these people. There's no DNA of Israelites to match and compare your DNA to today. Y'all understand that? There's certain things going on that I don't accept.
That's right.
Because I don't accept certain standards of the world today. Because certain things in the ancient world they did not know. Nobody knew that we was going to have all this technology, right? Nobody said, well, you know what? Let's keep a blood sample. Nobody was thinking that. All those people died. How are you going to be able to tell me exactly what line I'm out of, man? And you don't have the template, the actual DNA of the originals. So what we do, we leave that alone. Because being a servant of God don't matter where or what nation you come out of. How about that? How about that? How about that one?
Yeah.
Not everybody that served God in this book was out of Jacob's seed. So it don't matter. if you serve God, you don't steal, you don't lie, you observe your Shabbat.
Come on,
You are my brother. You are my sister.
Come on, business.
You are my brother. You are my sister. We have something in common, and that's God. And that right there is everything. That will make I deal with you different. And look, man, you gotta deal with me different.
That's right.
I know I'm annoying, but you're gonna have to eat some of that. And you are annoying, so, and I'm gonna have to eat some of that. That's how this thing goes. We get on each other's nerves, but I don't hate you, and I don't want to kill you.
That's right. Talk about it.
That's why I was talking about love the other time. Love puts limits on evilness towards each other.
Right.
And in treatment. Okay?
That's right. Talk about it.
People want to talk about, this talking about God killing and then don't kill a fly next time. Everybody who got a problem with when God say kill something or kill somebody, don't kill no roaches, don't kill no ants, don't kill no flies. I better not catch you wearing leather. I better not catch you wearing furs. Nothing that had to die for you to wear it. Okay? Don't wear no sneakers. Don't wear no jackets. You're going to have to wear plastic everything. And go all the way with it. Stop being a hypocrite and halfway. You want to judge God when he say kill. But you kill every day. Oh, get that mosquito. That mosquito, God made that mosquito. If you had that much, you wouldn't kill it. Let it bite you. Yeah, come here, let it bite me. Because God made it. And let the water bug crawl on me. Let the rats come in. God made them too. Why you kill them? Yeah. You want to criticize God so much. You want to criticize his commandments and his judgments. People don't like his judgments because you can't be broken-handed. You can't be a dude broken-handed. The only sentence, the only way to deal with homosexuality is to kill him.
Kill him, man. That's
The only way to deal with adultery is to kill both parties.
Yeah.
You know why? Because God made us and he knows certain things, they only going to listen if they see somebody die. Oh, this is what they got killed for? Look, even though I like it, I ain't doing that no more. I used to, but when I saw that, he said the people shall what? Hear. Here. Let's go on here first. Yes. You wasn't even there. But I came and told you what happened to this guy. Said, yo, man, they caught the brother stealing. He stole some money out the treasury for the camp. The people donating, and his brother came and stole money out of there. And this happened before in other camps. Don't think this stuff don't happen.
Yeah.
Okay? Look. Stuff that I be talking about, some of y'all weren't born yet.
Sure.
But you would think I'm talking about you because history repeats itself. You would think I'm talking about you, but there's a lot of things that went down. A lot of y'all wasn't even born yet, or y'all was children, little kids. I know your kind. We've seen guys like you come through here before. We've seen it all, man. What you got to do when you come to serve God, you got to forget everything that you was taught. You got to forget everything that you believe. Every idea, God will let you know that idea, and you got to get rid of it because it's going to be a problem with you serving God.
You got to forget what your parents taught you.
You got to forget that, man. Now, well, I understand people. People stop talking to their parents for stupidness. You understand me?
I will throw my glasses at you, man.
What the dumbest thing in the world. But when it comes to God now, it's just, look. People just have a problem with this. It's in the spirit. Certain people not going to do this. They're not made to do this. It's not in them to do this. Some people are sentenced already. Some people are sentenced already.
Say it again.
Most people are. Some people have something that they got to go through because of what their father did.
Yeah.
Or their father's father.
Yeah.
Read this book and you will see certain men didn't do it, but his grandfather did it.
Right.
And he paid for it.
Yeah, they not understand that.
Y'all gotta understand where this come from, man.
They not understand
But
that.
you don't gonna understand because during the week you don't read at all.
Yeah, nigga.
You don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
You don't even talk. You don't even talk about it. Look, if you talk about it all day, every day, you ain't gotta read it. Right or wrong? Right? Because in talking of it, boom, we just realized something. You learn. We teach ourselves talking to each other in here. That's why I said sit, talk about it when you sit it in your house. When you walking by the way, when you walking, we're about to go to the gas station. When you lie down, let that be the last thing. And when you rise up, let that be the first thing.
They thought I was gonna talk the street.
Well, who learned that from?
My father.
He'll wait till all the men get together.
Yeah.
He'll come in. Look. Conversation that's going on. He'll give it 15 seconds.
About 15, 20
If
seconds.
it's not over, he getting in and switching it. He gets in and switches it.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's times when, I'm having a real conversation, and then this here make me think about something in the Lord. I said, yo, man, I tell my rule. I said, look, that's why in the book here, look, let me show you. That's why it says this here, read. Now let him read it. I said, read that. He be like, oh, yo, hey, yo, you know what's crazy? I'm around people who don't serve God, but they accept what I tell them concerning God. What is wrong with you, Israel? One guy said, you know what? You're making a lot of sense, man. It's not just the pig that's unclean.
That's right.
He said, no. I said, yeah, man, because you like seafood. I said, well, yo, bro, you say you don't eat that, but you eat this. There's a lot more things you're not supposed to eat.
That's right.
And speaking of the diet, the fish have a description. The beasts have a description. The flying insects had flying creeping things. They have a description. Birds don't. Birds don't. That's why I keep warning y'all about that chicken and that turkey. Birds don't. The only birds that I seen that the people ate were quail. God gave them that.
They finna have the chicken on.
Now the pigeon and the dove is what they went out and hunted. Because I'm reading this part and it says, and if you go out in the field and hunt and catch any fowl or beast that may be eaten. But I don't know. You don't know. We don't know the birds that may be eaten. It did not say it in the book what birds were clean. Watch it with the birds.
Gobble, gobble.
There's no description for the birds. There's no description. When God gave the description for the birds, he didn't say it has to have feathers and this. There was no description for the birds. I'm just letting y'all know there is no description for the birds. And the only birds that I saw God give was quails. And the only other birds that they gave for sacrifice was doves and pigeons. Now I know my father used to go in and they used to go out, and when they was in Panama, they used to get slingshots. I heard them talking about hunting and catching pigeons. Even before they came and even before my father knew about God. That's what they went and hunt back there. 99.9999999% of birds come from lizards, aka dinosaurs, aka reptiles. That is why they lay eggs. All reptiles lay eggs. How come birds and what do they have in common? Birds are ancestors, descendants of reptiles of today. There are certain animals that used to live back then that don't exist now. There's certain fruits and vegetables that was grown back then that don't exist now. A lot of things have been mixed. A lot of things have been hybrid. All right? I'm just saying, you can eat what you want to eat. All I'm saying There's no description for the birds. None.
Yeah, talk about it.
Verse 10, and the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten. So now they beat him again, and they fled every man to his tent. And there was a very great slaughter, but there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken. You know this is of God. The thing that they say, yeah, the ark is here, we're going to win now. You wind up getting killed, and the enemy was able to take the ark. Check this out. When they put their hands on the ark, they didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? This is of God. This is what happens when you're not right with God. Everything turns upside down. You mess everything up by violating. So now they are able to put their hands on the ark because God wants them to take it.
That's right.
Because you thought symbolism was going to help. You thought going against God, but still carrying the ark around was going to do something. That's why we don't deal with symbolism. Come on, Akshat. That's why they looked at it and said, yo, we got the ark with us. We got the 6-point star on our shields. If we got this, if we do that. As you can see, symbolism doesn't work. God still allowed them to take that, which you put pride into. You put pride into something God told you to create for him to be separated for. But you're still violating him. So how is he going to, come on now. You allowed it to get taken, Tamshi.
And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain.
So what God said, this is how you know, this is the sign where you know what I'm saying is going to go down. Your two sons are going to die in one day. And here's the proof. When they got rolled on, Hophni and Phinehas got hit up. Tamshi.
And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes rent.
His clothes was rent, torn. He was mourning.
And with earth upon his head.
And earth on it. You know what they did? They take dirt and put it on our head. You know why? Do you know that's what we was made from, right? All of our organs and blood vessels, all of the skin, tissue. God designed this body from dirt. So it's a sign of mourning to God. This is what we do. We mourn different. We don't mourn the same as everybody else. Right. What we do is humble ourselves before God and show God that we are dirt before him. When you put dirt on your head, you're not going to walk around, hey, I got dirt on my head. Right or wrong?
No, you're quiet.
You're quiet. You're going to sit down on the spot and be cool, chill. That's what they was doing. So when he came back, you could tell, oh, man, something's wrong. Somebody died. God always makes one survive. Right or wrong? By the time of Job, every time something happened, one survived and came back. To the point where as soon as he got news from this guy, as soon as he finished, this guy came in. Oh, shoot, but as soon as he's telling me, the bell ring. Let's go see who that is. Now he's telling me, then he come through the door, he's telling me, now I got 3 stories. Now another, that's what happened with Job. That's what happened, Job. Look. He will come at you to stop you from serving God. That's what that was. That's why he was doing that to Job. He wanted Job to curse God. So he said, I'm going to take everything that now that God give me the power like he did today, like he does today. Like he does today. You're going to get it tested. You get stuff smashed from you. Look. What you going to do now? You going to turn? Because a lot of people today have their reasons why they don't serve the Most High no more.
That's right.
And most of the time, it's another person that they blame. So why you ain't go to another camp? There's 1,000 places to go that have holy convocations. Why you ain't go there? People make excuses not to serve God. Don't be that way. No matter what happens, you do not let that stop you from completing his commandments. That is how you be perfect with God. That's how Abraham was perfect with God. Let me say one more thing about Abraham. When God told him to kill his son, God said, yo, you with me? You on my side? You love me? Well, get your son that you love, dude, that I gave you, and go up in the mountain and kill him. Abraham said, okay, Lord. He did not have in his head, oh, wow. What? He didn't tell me I had to kill my son, but he said that. So all that is criticism. He didn't do that. Abraham didn't get. See, you will put that in your narrative of Abraham because that's how you think. That's how people think today. But Abraham did not think like that. But he didn't say nothing because he knew what might be. You know, he didn't want to say nothing. This is something. Keep to yourself. God told him do it. Everything God tell you, you don't tell everybody. I learned that too. Samson, it was a secret, right?
Right.
He didn't even tell his mother and father. So I said, God, watch it with the mother. He didn't tell his mother and father. But she broke him down. And he told her because he got tired of her bugging him. He got tired of her nagging him. He got tired of, oh, you don't love me. Every day he had to hear that, man. You know, you drive a man crazy with that? He said, yo, man, I ain't even tell my own mother and father. I can't tell you. It's a secret between me and God. She didn't care. Oh, you don't love me. You love God more than me. Yes, I do. My commitment is not to you. My duty is to you. And your duty is to me. Our commitment is to God. And we are married so we can do this commitment together. That's why God said it's a good thing when you see a wife and a husband agree together. That's how it goes. Tell me.
And when he came, lo, Eli sat upon the seat by the wayside, watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of God. And when the man came into the city and told it, all the city cried out.
Look. Eli knew what God said. He knew it was going to happen. That's why the whole time, look, he was there scared. This is it. It's going to happen. Any moment now. And when that man, that Benjamin, was a Benjamite, he came out of the army. He came back to the city. And, you know, there's a crowd of people there at the gate. When he come in, the king know. Word get to the king, yo, man. We got one survivor out the army. And when he heard that the ark was taken, he heard Hophni and Phinehas died. But when he heard that the ark was taken, that's what he was scared of. He wasn't scared for his sons. I'm not saying you're supposed to be heartless, but I'm letting y'all know where your priorities were supposed to lie at. His heart trembled for the ark of God. Because if they get the ark of God, we are toast. That means God not with us. So why am I worried about my two sons when they're going to die anyway? Because God not with us. That's where his mind state was at. He was feared for the ark of God. Tamshi.
And when Eli heard the noise of the crying, he said, what meaneth the noise of this tumult? And the man came in hastily and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old.
98 years old. 2 years off 100. 2 years off one bill.
And his eyes was dim. And he could not see.
His eyes were dim that he could not see. You get to a certain age, the first thing to fail you is your eyes and your ears, your teeth, and your hair. That's why he said, go up there, bald head. They called him bald head. They made fun of him because his head was balding. That means it's not a good thing to be bald in Israel. And when you get a Caesar, you have to wear the original Caesar. Everybody in Rome that had a Caesar, you have to wear the ivory crown. That's the same ivory crown that the cross, that thing on the cross wear. With the thorns on it. The haircut that people get today goes along with that and a ceremony and a prayer. don't even know that. I just want to know where everybody in Israel get that you can cut your hair and you can shave your beard and you can get shape-ups. I would like for the brother or sister, because you got a lot of, you got teachers, you got everything's out there now. I would really like to sit down with the scholars that's telling everybody that this is okay by God. We need to sit down during the week. We need to sit down, all the scholars, we need to sit down because we're only supposed to be doing this law one way, man. One way.
Yeah.
One way.
Yeah. Talk about it, man.
Let's go sit down. All scholars, teachers, scientists, archaeologists. Let's sit down. Let's make a date when we all meet up, man. Bring your books. Bring the dictionaries. Let's do this because we tried it before in 1994. We tried it before.
Yeah.
And nobody came. Nobody came.
Talk about it.
You know what we was going to talk about? The 6-point star. You know what we was going to talk about? Pictures, statues, idols. Why? My Abba was going to say, okay, y'all coming. I'm going to explain to y'all why I tell y'all pictures, because they had pictures in the camp. My Abba took them down. They said, oh man, but these pictures was up there since Ben. We didn't know no better. We came to find out. My father came to find out.
That's right.
That pictures are idols, images, likenesses, all that's no good, and that God hates it. And God said he hates all images. God said he hates pictures. When you look in the word in the Hebrew, it says temuna, man. Temuna is pictures. That's why you don't see no pictures up here. No. Nobody had more pictures in the 6-point star in their house than here. I had a rap crew called Rebels of Authority. You know what was my logo? The 6-point star with 2 swords around it. Remember? Because that's why we were taught this one. But then when you read this book, see, sometimes the people teach and they don't know. Sometimes people read things in other books and apply it to here. But when you start digging out and reading, you see God say he hates these things. God tell you what he hate in here. And it's in the Hebrew. But you still have people who disagree. God say he hate this. But everybody goes toward it.
Yeah, man.
I don't understand that, man.
Cut off.
God say he hates something, and we go toward it. No, not me. I ain't gonna say we. No. There's certain topics I'm talking about right now. We don't do. I don't do. We don't do. I can speak for this house.
God said he hate a shaved head, monkey.
Okay. I don't understand that, man. You gotta gear up, man. Get this law together. We're all supposed to be doing the law, the commandments of God the same way. Not they got their version. This can't do it. This can't. Don't even do it. This can't do more than it's not supposed to be that way. Moses said, I wish that everybody would prophesy. I wish that everybody get the spirit of God on them. I'm not mad at those 2 guys. I wish all of y'all, I wish you got it too. Why? Because he got that spirit on him. He was the only one. So God had to take his spirit and put it on the elders.
That's right.
Because even those elders didn't have that spirit. You see that? Moses was the only one around that had that faithful heart for God.
Talk about it.
So he needed help. But he ain't gonna get no help from these guys because they don't have half the heart he got. So he took his spirit and spread it out on 70 other elders. Each 70 elder has a piece of Moses in him. They think how Moses think. Now they think like Moses. That's what God did. And it didn't take nothing from Moses. Science can't explain that. See, when it comes to dealing with the spirit, we have no control over that. Look, sin is a spirit. Y'all know that, right? Iniquity is a spirit. It's a form, it's a substance, but you don't see it. You can't, but it affects you in the physical. Because this is where you did it, in the physical. But you don't see, oh man, I got sin on my, you're gonna watch this sin on. It's not how it goes. It's not dirt. Dirt and sin, two different things. God don't care if your hands dirty, but he care what you do with your hands. God does not accept bloody hands. Let me tell y'all something. David loved God so much, and he thought about his name. All God's servants think about God's name. He said, I need to build a house. He said, God didn't say, yo, build me a temple. Did he? God didn't tell him that. He said, yo, you know what? I want to build a house for God. Not God himself, not God, his name. Meaning, I want to have a place where God's name is to be worshiped and praised continually. Now you have some guys in there called the sons of Asaph. All men. It's not a choir. Choir is church. The choir is made up of men and women. These guys were just sons of one man named Asaph. He also wrote some of the songs too. Okay? And they sung continual praises to God. All the songs that they ever sung in their life was to God. They didn't sing along with the new Syrian song that's popping right now. All the songs they sung were sung to God, not to a woman, none of that. Yeah, that's where songs come from. The first song sung was to God. Y'all don't even know that either. Y'all don't know that. You know what? Y'all gotta start studying more, man. Y'all gotta start studying more and finding out the origin where a lot of things come from, man. Yeah, talk about it that way so that you don't be involved in it. Talk about it. Tell she.
And the man said unto Eli, I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army. And he said, what is there done, my son? And the messenger answered and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines, and there have been also.
First of all, no, that's a bad thing when Israel got to run. When Israel got to run from their enemies, that's not a good thing. God done. It's not a good thing. Joshua didn't like it. Moses didn't like it. That's why he said, no, don't go out there because God is not with you, man. And guess what happened? They went out there and they got chased. They got chased. Look, man. Don't chase me. You trying to kill me and I have to run? You better watch your life. I'm coming back. It's not a good thing to run. God's people don't run. But the only reason why is because they have sinned before their Lord. Tell she.
And the messenger answered and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines, and there have been also a great slaughter among the people. And thy two sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken. And it came
to pass. Now look, he told him a lot of things, right? But only one thing hit him hard. Read.
And it came to pass when he made mention of the ark of God, that he fell from off the seat backwards by the side of the gate.
No. When he heard his sons was dead, oh man, my son's dead. But when he heard the ark wasn't destroyed, it got taken. That's what made him react in a shocked way and fall backwards and broke his neck.
For he was an old man and heavy, and he had judged Israel 40 years.
See, he was a big dude, and he was old. You know what that means? It's reflexes. You know how sometimes you fall, you put your hand out? Everybody does that. Right. Babies, instinct. Now, when you fall, you put your hand out. Now, when you get to a certain age, when you're an elder, old man, old woman, you don't get that you don't move fast. Your reflexes, your reaction and reflexes is not fast no more. Right? So when he heard that the ark, right, he fell back and he broke his neck. He broke his neck, man.
And his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child, near to be delivered. And when she heard the tidings that the ark of God was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself in travail, for her pains came upon her.
The news did that. Bad news will make you catch a heart attack.
The ark of God.
No. She heard the ark of God. The first thing she heard was the ark of God had taken. Oh, her first pain came from that.
That's right.
She was okay until she heard that bad news. That's why my email was saying last week that, and it's a true saying, when women are pregnant, they it's not good for them to experience certain things with their eyes. And if you got to reveal news to them, you got to do it. You got to do it smooth. You can't give them a shock value with it. Okay? Look, man, I've seen a person. I read about it. The person won $10 million. When he found out that he won $10 million, he had a heart attack and died.
What?
Yeah. That's how it was prescribed for him to go out. He never got that 10 million. But the news, it was overwhelming. It was so, you ever seen a person so happy they cry? You never seen that? Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a person so upset they cry? Mm-hmm. So emotions could really take over a person the way it affect your heart and make you skip a beat. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, and older people, elderly people, they can't take good or bad news. You gotta ease it on them. Sometimes you're like, yo, we just had another death in our family. Right? When I got the call, I said, don't tell Ema right now. Tell her tomorrow. She's gonna find out. It's a family member, right? But she's not at the age to take that type of news bad and then go to sleep on it. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So I said, yo, you think I should tell Ema? I said, yeah, tell her, but not now. Wait till when she's up, moving around, but not, it's nighttime. You don't want her to go to sleep thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? A loss and stuff like that. Okay? When she heard the ark was taken, and then it's overwhelming news. It's too much for her. The ark is taken. Your husband and your brother-in-law dead. And your father-in-law dead. The poor woman went into labor, man. She went into labor, don't she?
And about the time of her death, the woman that stood by her said unto her,
and she died giving birth. Mm-hmm. That's how bad that news was for her. So she,
fear not, for thou hast born a son. But she answered not, neither did she regard.
You hear that? After the baby came out, she died. You know when you tell her, say, yo, man, you got a son. She ain't even stayed long enough to hold him for him to smell his mother. He never got. Yeah, tell she.
And she named the child Ichabod, saying, the glory is departed from Israel.
That's how we name our children.
We
name our children most of the time from reading. Well, I like that. I like Isaiah. I'm gonna name my child Isaiah. But they freestyled. Whatever I was going through, and you were born at that time, I'm gonna name you after that situation. So she said the name was Ichabod, saying the glory is departed from Israel. That's what Ichabod means. It means the glory is departed. All right? He said, because the ark of God was taken. Don't y'all see? The first thing that they think about was God. Not my father, not my brothers, not my husband, not my sons. The first thing everybody thought about was the ark. Tamshi.
And because of her father-in-law and her husband. And she said, the glory is departed from Israel, for the ark of God is taken.
Sad story, man. Sad story, man. I brought that so we can see some insight. You got anything to say? Yeah. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
We'll call back up Chief Shama.
Yeah. Talk about it. I'm not going to stay up too long. But I want to hit a spot. Bro was asking a question about the law. In Leviticus 19, verse 27, it says, ye shall not round the corners of your heads. Now that was a Hamitic custom. To round the corners, they used to round and shape the baby's heads as a baby. In the Hebrew, it doesn't state that. In the Hebrew, it states, Lo takwipu,
Takwipu come from the root word means quipa. Quipa means to skim off. You should not skim off a payat, a side section, lock or curl, roshekem, of your head. Okay, so you shouldn't skim off a side section, lock, or no part of your head, right? We're low tashkit, and you should not mar or corrupt at payat. Payat is a side section, lock or curl. Zekwaneka is your beard. So you can't cut a side section, lock or curl. You cannot corrupt a side section, lock or curl of your beard. So we didn't touch our beards. We didn't touch the hair on our heads.
No.
The only thing we did was trim. The only thing we did was trim our mustache. And if my locks got long, I can shorten the length.
Right.
And with that, I already got what was bought, and I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And cut half his beard.
You have to stay in the city.